MoBetterGarage.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
See things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly dry as we get started on this Tuesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s across the area. A couple inland spots, though, falling into the 60s. Quiet skies out there for us, though, as we get going. We're going to be back near 90 this afternoon, feeling close to 100 when you factor in that humidity. We'll see a few inland isolated storms later today. Otherwise, we're mostly sunny.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
People always say, Ryan, why don't you take it easy? Relax a little bit. Well, that's what the Staples Easy button is for. Just press it for quality products, friendly experts, and services like print, travel, or shipping, because we can't do it all. All right, guys? Thanks, Staples. That was easy.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yes, it is a Tuesday. For a lot of people, it's Taco Tuesday. Or Get True Lap Dances, if you want, on a Tuesday at Monroe's.
What about Tomahawk Tuesday at Monroe's?
Yes.
What about that?
Yeah, Tomahawk Tuesday at Monroe's, too. Yeah, so there it is. You got a couple things that you can do on Tuesday. You can enjoy this show for the next 4 hours. We won't send you a bill but you can thank us later. We have a big giveaway today, 11:45. We got 2 tickets for you and a friend or enemy to go be up at Busch Gardens for the day. Great day of entertainment and joy. And Rover just gave you the new keyword to win $1,000, and the word is money. That's why we go to work every single day, because we want to make some money. Here's a guy who's got a bright future. And will he make his... we took in some bets last night on whether or not you'll make your anniversary, September. I have to get the actual day. I think it was like September 9th or 12th, around there.
Around there, mid-September.
Yeah, it was around there. But Dominic's here. Good morning, Dom.
What's up, G-Man? Hey,
How are
Franny.
you?
Hey.
You doing okay?
I'm doing all right.
When's your next big pool party?
Sometime in August. It's a little break for now. The next couple are like all house DJs, which are all right, but I'm more of a dubstep, a little harder type of stuff.
Yeah. Now, did they shut those down like in September, October?
No, they go like all year long.
Oh, did
yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's pretty impressive. And good morning to our queen and leader. How are you, Francis?
Hi, good morning. What's up?
Hello, queen.
I bowed to you.
Are you talking to Greek? Hi, what's going on?
Maybe.
Good morning.
The first one of the day, and I got to clap it. Not bad.
Hey, thank you.
It's a good job.
I'm good. You know, I feel like Greek. I got a nail in my tire yesterday. It was actually a very large screw is what it was. And
were you in Boca?
I'm such a girl because once you know it's flat, like, and I knew and I heard it, like when I was going over the little, what are they called? When you're like changing lanes and I find little bumper thingies of, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know the technical name, but it was like
reflectors.
Duh. The reflectors are like duh duh, and I'm like, that's not normal. Why is it so loud? And so I had an appointment. I had my 6-week post-op for my surgery. Technically Thursday, 6 weeks, but yeah, I'm getting there.
Congratulations.
And so, I had, and it was pretty big. I haven't seen my doctor in 4 weeks, so I was like, I gotta get there, gotta make my appointment, and I was running a little late from leaving here, so because my appointment was like at 3:40, and so I just kept it going, and I probably shouldn't have. So I called my husband. I was like, I got a flat. And so thank God with our insurance, we have State Farm, we have roadside assistance. So I made it all the way there. I'm driving slow. Once I get off of Donald Ross, I'm just kind of cruising, but I just hear it. And then I'm like, man, please don't let it get to the rim.
Yeah, because then the rim
Don't let it get to the rim. So I don't know, because I went to my appointment and my husband's getting them all set up, and it worked out perfectly. After my appointment, I'm checking out, and right when I checked out, the guy called me and he was like, hey, I'm here in the parking lot.
Great.
So it worked out perfectly because I didn't want to have to run out of my appointment. So I get there and he puts my spare on. And I was like, so do you think I could just patch it up? He was like, no. He was like, that's not a patchwork. He said the back of it is destroyed. And so I didn't want to look. And I don't know if he means the tire or he means the rim. So I'm like, it's in my trunk right now. And I'm afraid to look. But to me, it was so important to make it to the appointment. And I probably should have just stopped. I probably should have stopped, called them and be like, listen, I can't go. I've got a flat tire. So I hope I didn't make a situation worse and more expensive than it can be. So yeah, I'm rolling on a spare. So everything's back roads for now because I can't go past 50 miles an hour on that thing.
I got to tell you, working with you since you came back, I noticed that your arm, you have a lot more mobility in your arm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what physical therapy is for. I couldn't put my headphones on.
Nope.
I can't go all the way up. He said, my doctor said everything looks great. He said that I need to work on my internal rotator. So that means all the stuff that to put my hand behind my back and up, and clearly that's what I've been doing. I had PT again today. They gave me the big hickeys again once. She was like, do you want to do, I was like, the last time you did cupping, I said it lasted like a week.
Good, wow.
And I was like, but then I was like, why am I being vain? This is all about treatment. So I was like, all right, fine, do it again. So now I have hickeys again. I finally just healed from them from last time.
I don't think anybody thinks they're hickeys.
I kid. No, I know people don't. That's a big mouth.
Hickeys all up her arm.
Wow.
Kind of a weird spot,
like
but
a
okay.
vacuum cleaner did it. Yeah, I know people. I call them hickeys because basically that's what it is. Cupping is what. Yeah. So I finally just got rid of my cup marks and now they're back again. But last time they did them, it was night and day. It really did make it feel good. So yeah, no, I'm doing good. I was showing the guys because I haven't seen my arm since what's inside of it. Since my surgery, or I think it was 2 weeks after I got to see my doctor, and the picture they took was a little different than this x-ray. This x-ray was big. That sucker, the plate in my arm, I was thinking maybe 5-6 inches, probably just like where you see my bandage. It's my whole upper arm. Oh. It's about 10 inches. It's so big. I showed Greek and he was like, ooh. Dom can attest to this. Greek goes, how did they get it in there? Would they cut you open? I'm like, are you? Nope, I got this scar for no reason. It just popped up, and they magically put it. How'd they get it in there? Did you cut you open?
That's crazy.
He legit said that, you guys.
Microscopic, G. There's no scar.
I was like, wow, that's brutal.
Did they cut you open? Yeah.
I would have been like, I don't want to.
No, they just gave you a scar for nothing.
That's right. That's
it was magic. Like poof. Now you have a plate and screws in you. No need to cut you open.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
And I hate to even see the pictures.
I know. I showed him. He was like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
It's not gross. It just looks like metal in
The
my
scar
arm.
doesn't look bad at all.
It's good. Well, I have it covered.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, it doesn't look bad at all.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And this is to help it. Actually, it flattens the scar. It keeps the sun away from it. Helps it heal better. So that's why I wear the silicone bandage all the time.
And then you get a nice big tattoo on it afterwards.
Yeah,
probably, right?
once I'm able to do it, cover it up with that.
Have you had any thoughts about what the tattoo is going to be?
I had plans to get a tattoo in my upper arm before I broke it, so I already know what I'm getting.
Okay,
and I had to clearly cancel it because I broke my arm. It's not a secret. It's just a lot to explain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see what happens.
All right.
But I did get another tattoo in the meantime, so I got one on my side just to kind of scratch the itch of it.
So, how many tattoos do you have now? 8?
I have more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll sit here and count. Hold on.
That's a lot. You have any tattoos?
Nope.
How about your other half?
Oh yeah.
She does? Mm-hmm. So she likes tattoos and a babanya.
It's so funny. People are so like, ugh, I don't like it. Or, I mean, you know what? I don't care. It's not for you.
That's right.
It's not. I know people who love it, and I know people are like, why'd you do that? And my mom is one of them, and I obviously care about what my mom thinks. She hates them.
I love them.
But she doesn't love me any less. She doesn't love me any less, is what I'm saying. But I like if I post something, I haven't posted my new one, but when I did before, the last one I got, I think it might have been my arm.
Yeah.
So many comments, and I was just like, mind your own. I was like, it's not yours. Who cares if you don't like it? It's not for you. It's for me. And everybody was like, you're going to regret it one day when you're old and wrinkly. I was like, guess what? I'll be old and wrinkly. I'm not going to care what my tattoos look like at that time either.
And I mean, you got to do for you.
Yeah.
I mean, as you get older in life, you do find that out.
Yes.
And that is a message. If you're happy, then that's what it's about.
And I wasn't a kid when I got my first one. I was almost 30. So it's not like I got these tattoos that now I'm like, oh my God, like a Pete Davidson, regret them. I put thought into them. I even helped draw them out, and they all mean something to me.
Which is nice.
Yes.
And I think Pete Davidson a little bit more because every time he does acting.
It'll work too.
Yeah, it affects him. But again, if you're happy with something, you do it.
Gee, you still have that tramp stamp on your back?
No, I took that off.
The butterfly?
I took the butterfly off.
Oh, man, it was so cute.
Now it says the Wynn Casino.
They own you still?
They still own me. No, I think that is one of the keys to being happy. You got to make yourself happy first. And if you're not...
Screw everybody else, right?
Well, it's not so much... I don't want to go into... Like, screw them.
I do.
It is what it is. There's been a lot of things I've done over the years that people questioned and said I wouldn't have done that, and that's good for you. I mean, anything. You could do anything that you have or you buy, and somebody's going to be like, I wouldn't do that. And that's just life. I mean, one of my buddies came over to my house and was asking me a couple things about my house this weekend. Like, this was nice, or like, what was that, or what was this monetarily? And I'm not going to tell you unless you really ask me. And then if I told him, he's like, are you kidding me? Like, you paid X for that, but I liked it, I did it. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
And that's the thing. It's not yours. It's not your money.
Yeah. So, like, if I asked you, can I borrow, $1,200 for a bedspread, then I'd be like, all right, that seems a little not practical. But if you're bored out of your mind on a Sunday afternoon, you're walking through Saks, you're like, all right, let me get this.
You didn't do what your dad said, and you didn't wait a little bit to see if maybe you needed it. Really
got
did.
A little G's. Sometimes when you sleep with just that and not the blanket, you get all G's all over your face. In the morning. You're like, this is great, awesome.
The problems you have.
It's tough. It is the Penthouse, and of course we're kidding. That is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys had a good day and listened to Rover. The key word this hour is money.
G word.
So this is something that happened yesterday, and and this really happened with a lot of stuff with COVID and different things. Like when somebody makes you do something for a long time, this is the way I feel, and then all of a sudden they say stop, you're like, why are we stopping now? So I think a lot of people will be happy this when you fly from now on, you don't have to take off your shoes.
Really?
Yeah, that was yesterday. And so right away I thought about, like, we did this for years, And because we were
So
worried.
since 9/11.
Yeah, and the terrorists, obviously, there was that one problem with, I think, the one guy on his sneakers or something like that. So that's going away. I'm sure it's going to make the lines a lot quicker.
So the details with this, right? And I think a lot of people, which is so, because they do a background check if you get TSA pre-check, or what's the other one? The global entry. You don't have to take off your shoes. To me, I'm like, what makes me any different than the other person going over here? And I know it's because they background check you, this and that, but you can have like a totally clean record and then go crazy one day.
That's right. It happens every day.
Yeah. But they said that word has it the TSA is now allowing all passengers to keep their shoes on while passing through checkpoints. There hasn't been an official announcement yet. So this is the thing. But multiple sources, including the Wall Street Journal, say they quietly made the change yesterday.
Yeah.
So we haven't heard, at least not that I know of, not as of yet from TSA. So when asked the TSA, they're like, we're always exploring new and innovative ways to enhance the passenger experience and our strong security posture. Any potential updates to our security process will be issued through official channels. So in other words, it's a little vague, right? Which gives TSA agents more time to scold you for not removing your shoes. But yeah, there's like, if there has been a change, it sounds like it hasn't been made at all airports yet. Because plenty of people on social media are still saying that they were told to remove their shoes yesterday, even going through the airport.
Because the articles I read, they said it started yesterday.
So, well, that's what they're saying. So it's word on the street. It has not been an official announcement. I mean, Wall Street Journal, that's a huge publication. They're normally not going to get it wrong, but
reputable.
we're just waiting to hear from them. But yeah, isn't that crazy?
It'll save time.
It's been 20 years since we were forced to remove our shoes.
Yeah, it'll save a lot of time.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, I mean, it's because, I mean, that's one of the things you see people every time, take off your shoes, and it's just with millions of people, it takes a ton of time. People got to, take them off, put them on, the whole thing, the struggle of it. And, so now it's gone away. So I think that'll make people a little bit more happy.
It was the shoe bomber. His name was Richard Reed. He was a shoe bomber who unsuccessfully tried to detonate an explosive hidden in his shoes. And that was a flight from Paris to Miami in 2001. That was actually 3 months after 9/11. So it wasn't even a 9/11 incident. It was after 9/11 that this guy tried to do it.
Wow.
Does it make a difference to you?
Not really. No. I'm already have my shoes off, ready to go.
Me too.
Yeah. I mean, that's it.
And I wear shoes that are easy to take off and on. And even if I wear sandals, I'll bring socks because you do not want to step on those floors without a barefoot.
Yeah. When I see people do that, I flip out. Like, I'm just shocked. Like, last time I was at Newark Airport, there was a girl in front of me, had, Franny said, sandals, walking all around, barefoot through the whole process. And I'm just like, how do you do that? Like, I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. Peace, love, drugs. But it's just like the whole thing. But I'm just like, man, here's $40. Go get a pedicure.
Yeah, she probably walks in public restrooms like that. I'm sure she doesn't care.
Yeah, so that was an announcement made yesterday. So I think a lot of people.
Well, it's like not official, so we can't put it out there yet unless you guys have heard different. I'll look, but
it's been reported, like you said.
But don't be surprised if you are at a certain airport and they still make you take off your shoes. Don't be like, well, the Penthouse said.
That's right.
I don't have to take them off.
Said, and Dom went.
I don't have to take them off.
So yeah,
we'll have Franny test at the end of the month, right?
I'll be in Buffalo 27th or 6th, something like that. So we'll see.
I'm supposed to go up to possibly Jersey in early August. So, so we'll see what happens.
See your mama.
Yeah, gonna try to get there. Hopefully things can work out, but we'll see. You never know. But Franny will be obviously before that, so she'll let us know officially. I got a buddy flying this weekend to Vegas, so I'll ask him.
Yeah, ask him.
Yeah, I'll say whatever.
You're not going? No.
I have no urge to go to Vegas. I would go to Vegas if we took the show maybe in September, October, possibly football season. But other than that, I have no urge. I don't like flying as much. The delays bother me. Every day you wake up. Because if you go to Vegas for 3 days and you get one delay, you're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you really are, because the whole day is gone. So that's one thing. And everything I can do there, I can do here. I can lose here, too. So it doesn't really matter to get on a plane and spend money. I can lose here playing roulette and sports bet. I mean, that was always the appeal. Yeah, I like Vegas, and it's fun, and it's cool and all that, but I've done it so many times. I'm going to guess between, I don't know, in my lifetime, 80 to 100 trips.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I mean, I used to go like 6 times a year. sometimes more. So we'll see. And then might have been because maybe I was dating somebody out there. And Wayne Newton. It is the Greek, it is Dominic, and it is Francis. It is a Tuesday. Wimbledon's on, baby, right now as we speak. We'll come back. We'll do This Day in History, a trifecta, and we'll tell you how many strawberries are consumed in 2 weeks at Wimbledon. I was shocked, but I was like, man, I wish I sold strawberries at Wimbledon. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Lance Bass, by the way, the spokesperson for gays.
If he's the spokesperson for gays, who's the spokesperson for lesbians?
It was Ellen Page.
You lost her in a trade.
Be up for that.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
A decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 and the Turnpike are currently accident-free. Got some road work here. Southern Boulevard westbound at Pike Road. That'll be blocking your right lane. And construction Boynton Beach Boulevard westbound before Hagen Ranch Road. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/easy to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/easy. That's leaffilter.com/easy.
In the podcast, The United States of Kennedy, two Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week, we're talking about Teddy Kennedy and Chappaquiddick.
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow the United States of Kennedy and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Jason, by now you've probably heard a bunch of garage door companies bragging about their customer service, how they won't upsell you, or how they'll just repair your door instead of actually replacing it.
Yeah, everyone says that now, but Franny, Precision Garage Door has been doing it right from the start. They are the real deal.
And here's what sets them apart. Precision only sends certified company employees, not random subcontractors. They show up in Precision uniforms and in Precision wrapped vehicles, and they'll even text you before they arrive. Total professionalism.
Plus, they're fast, they're honest, and they get the job done right. And now that we're in the thick of hurricane season, if you've been thinking about upgrading to an impact-rated door, Precision has a huge selection to choose from.
So why settle for better when you can have the best with Precision Garage Door service?
Check them out online, flgaragedoor.com. That's flgaragedoor.com. flgaragedoor.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call the Atlantic Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com. Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly dry as we get started on this Tuesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s across the area. A couple inland spots, though, falling into the 60s. Quiet skies out there for us, though, as we get going. We're going to be back near 90 this afternoon, feeling close to 100 when you factor in that humidity. We'll see a few inland isolated storms later today. Otherwise, we're mostly sunny.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal. Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal is here with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Takis Fuego chips with a 1-ounce Takis Fuego bag and a drink. Grab yours today. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
That sucker, I was thinking maybe 5-6 inches, probably just like, it's my whole upper arm. Oh. It's about 10 inches. It's so big.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
10 inches is big.
And you're a size queen, so for you to say that, there it is, 10 inches. There's a barometer. It is The Penthouse. On a Tuesday, we just determined 10 inches is big. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And I am the Greek, and we're getting into this day in history and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
I saw this from a couple of people yesterday and read about it too myself, but I'm going to give Dom the credit because he was probably the first person who sends me it. Alexander, who works for the Oklahoma City Thunder, he's going to make more in 1 year than the Marlins payroll for the whole season, which is unbelievable. Booker signed an extension last night, 2 years down the road, to get $150 million with the Suns. $75 million a year. I know we say this for like the last 30 years. Where does it stop? But where does it stop? Like $75 million a year to play. And the Suns suck, by the way. They're terrible. They're one of the worst teams in the NBA. They're 150-1 to win. If I own the Suns, I'm sorry. I sit back, smoke a pina colada, and just be like, hey, why are we paying everybody? We're losing anyway. And I did say smoke a pina colada.
You're like, before anybody else says anything.
I did say smoke a pina colada. So, again, just one of those crazy situations with the NBA. The millions just keep ringing up. Speaking of millions, the Dolphins and Ramsey, you want to talk about a marriage that went bad? They gave this guy $25 million a year ago. Then he was a lot of reports come out, he was so bad around the training camp and with other players and McDaniel and Gear that they had to trade him. And see, this is the recipe in sports, is that if a guy doesn't want to be someplace, a la Jimmy Butler, they're just such a problem that you trade him. You have no choice, and they get what they want. And what the amazing thing is with Ramsey and Butler, these guys got raises. I mean, that blows my mind. Am I jealous? Yes. I mean, because you're being you're such a problem and you're getting rewarded. We cannot reward bad behavior. We don't do it in an everyday job. If you did that at your job, you get fired. You get blown out. And then these guys will be like on social media, like, oh, you don't know what it's like. Oh, it's tough. Like, no, bro, I'm not buying into that. Also, I blame the Dolphins a little because they don't handle their business. And this is a country club down there. That's why the team's one of the reasons why they don't do well. But you can't give somebody $25 million a year later like he's causing havoc. They get rid of him for practically nothing, and they lose on the trade too. So, again, if you're betting the Dolphins this year, here's the news. Don't. Marlins picked up a win last night, 5-1 over the Reds. Great Trifecta, sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats. And over to Franny for this day in history.
On this day in history.
Alrighty, we are going back in the day on July 8th, 144 years ago in 1881. Thank goodness for this guy. Druggist Edward Berner of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. Let's become more of a pharmacist. I don't know why they call him a druggist. Invented the ice cream sundae.
Awesome.
A customer asked him to top a dish of ice cream with chocolate sauce, and the sauce previously only used for flavored sodas. They never put on ice cream. They said the sodas, I guess, were illegal to serve on Sundays. Who knew? Wow. So Berner sold the ice cream instead, his concoction, on the Sabbath and called it a sundae, since they sold it on Sundays and you couldn't do soda with chocolate on Sunday.
Wow,
there you go. Little did you know. That's why they're fun. This day in history is not a fun fact.
You could use that next time you go to a Hard Rock party.
Speaking of, we mentioned the Wall Street Journal. 136 years ago, 1889, the Wall Street Journal was published for the first time. Same year, 1889, the last bare-knuckle World Heavyweight Boxing Championship was fought. John L. Sullivan retained his title in a 75-round match in Richburg, Mississippi. That's a lot of rounds against Jake Kilrain. Bare knuckle fighting was banned to cut down on, of course, broken hands. 52 years ago, 1973, the classic Bill Withers song "Lean on Me" hit number 1. 44 years ago, 1981, the Go-Go's released their debut album "Beauty and the Beat," featuring "Our Lips Are Sealed" and "We Got the Beat." 40 years ago, 1985, Phil Foster, who was Laverne's dad, Frank DeFazio, and Laverne and Shirley, died of a heart attack at the age of 72. 31 years ago, 1994, Dick Sargent, the second Darren on Bewitched, died of cancer at the age of 64. 28 years ago, 1997, country singers Marty Stewart and Connie Smith were married. He was 38, she was 55. Go, girl. 25 years ago in 2000, Olympic figure skater Christy Yamaguchi married an NHL star, Brett Hedican. Am I saying that right? Do you know?
No, I don't. It's close enough.
25 years ago, same year, 2000, J.K. Rowling released Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
G-Man's favorite.
20 years ago, 2005, Fantastic Four was released, starring the very sexy Jessica Alba.
All right, that one's actually your favorite.
And she's single. Make a move.
Chris Evans. She was the Invisible Woman. Chris Evans was the Human Torch. They are doing a remake, right? I think I've been watching a lot of ads for that. And I think it's going to hit theaters, let's say, July 25th. 15, this is crazy. 15 years ago, you guys remember this, 2010, during an ESPN primetime special, LeBron James announced he was leaving the Cleveland Cavaliers and taking his talents to South Beach.
I was so psyched that night. I was like, yes!
Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
Where were you?
I was in my buddy's house. We were just watching on this little small television, like it was like a 20-inch television, just celebrating.
Oh yeah, crazy enough, I was at Monroe's.
Oh,
it came
surprise!
It came on about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yep.
12 years ago, 2013, Amber Rose married Wiz Khalifa. She filed for divorce a year later. 5 years ago, this was very sad, 2020, Naya Rivera drowned at Lake Peru while swimming with her 4-year-old son. That was such a sad situation. She had enough energy, remember, to save him and put him up on the boat before she ended up going under.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Sad.
Her body wasn't found until like 6 days later. Very sad situation. And then finally here 3 years ago in 2022, Thor Love and Thunder was released. And that's what happened July 8th, this day in history.
Now, the Go-Go's, I do remember being in my dad's office. It was on one of his labels, and him telling me about them. You know, this new group, it's all girls. He obviously had a good beat of what was going to happen, and he said, "Oh, they're going to be great," and they obviously were a big thing. So I was in. This is NBC where RCA Building was, and I remember who's the lead singer, Belinda Carlisle or something like. Yeah, she ended up walking past me in the halls, and I was just like, I thought she worked there. I'm like, who's that? And he just hit me in the head. He goes, keep walking. I'm like, who's that? He goes, that's the girl, lead singer. I was like, woof. And I was like, minging. She was easy on the eyes. And they were huge. So Wimbledon is going on right now. And guess how many strawberries are consumed in 2 weeks? If you know the answer, don't play along. Do you know the answer?
Yeah, you came in my studio and shouted before.
God.
I said, I wish I sold strawberries at Wimbledon. 35 tons. Oh, my God.
What do they do with them? Is there like a dish or they just serve fresh strawberries?
I saw someone wearing a hat that had strawberries on them.
Yeah, it's just like...
It's like a theme.
Just a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
35 tons.
It's strawberry season over there?
Maybe.
It just goes with the whole Wimbledon. It's something that people always have. It's one.
Well, it's strawberry and watermelon season right now. I think summer is the time where it hits. So
yeah, but it's so big there. I mean, 35 tons. I can't even imagine what they bring in on that. But yeah, I was shocked when I first read it. I was like, I never would have thought that number would have been close. And Dom is right. It's such a theme of the Wimbledon that there are a lot of people with hats on with strawberries and stuff like that in the stands. But yeah, 35 tons are consumed in the 2 weeks of Wimbledon.
So I guess there's a history. There's a history of Wimbledon and the connection to strawberries. They said from the humble beginnings to now the current status of one of the most prestigious tennis tournaments in the world. I guess initially a lot of people would eat strawberries and cream, which smells like strawberries and whipped cream, watching the matches in Wimbledon. And they said, not only is it known for its intense matches and esteemed championship, but also for its unique association with strawberries. They said that they become inseparable, the identity of the two of them. And so I guess that's why with the hat, I had no idea. I don't know if I've ever even noticed watching Wimbledon.
Dom, you saw it yesterday, and there's a lot of people who have it.
But I mean, throughout the years, I don't think I've ever noticed. Yeah. They said, while it remains unclear when the strawberries became a popular choice, they said, of course, the refreshing taste, seasonal availability during the summer months, the tradition slowly took root and eventually became an integral part of it. And so, yes, they say Wimbledon and strawberries have this connection. Each year is estimated that 61,729 pounds of strawberries are devoured by tennis enthusiasts at the All England Club during Wimbledon.
I wonder what that price tag is. I wonder what they get for a bowl of strawberries and whipped cream. I got to guess.
Well, they have really weird dishes, too. So it's not just that. I mean, they do like a pasta with strawberries. Yeah. They have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, one of the girls yesterday, when she won the tournament, they were asking her about her, what she likes to eat. And she says strawberries and pasta. I've never had that, obviously. Never even thought of that. One of those things.
But it's got it's weird. So it's a sweet, because sweet pasta, obviously the strawberries, normally you think sweet and savory. But they say it's pasta, strawberries, and a little bit of yogurt.
Ooh. Sounds like a weird combination. But again.
But pasta doesn't have that. Pasta takes on flavor.
Yeah.
So maybe it makes sense.
I don't know. I've never had it. It's something I'm going to try to do this weekend.
Yeah.
Can I have some pasta and strawberries? They'll probably look at you like, what the hell are you doing? This kid's on something, probably NyQuil. But yeah, it's just unbelievable the amount. I did look up how much is spent on there because I know the prices at Wimbledon are steep. They're just like the U.S. Open. I've said this many times. The most expensive sporting event I went to in my life. Just everything. I mean, T-shirts, like, I'm talking years ago, like $150. Like, it's just crazy. And people buy them. Mm-hmm. You know, the hats, they want to be out. They want to say that they... And I think social media also, with all this stuff, has increased people from buying stuff because you want to show it. Like, I'm at the event. I'm here. I'm doing this. And people look at it. And, you know, it's just another ingredient to add to it. Because I think some of the prices are crazy.
Oh, yeah. When I was at Live, some of those prices there were just... stupid.
And yeah, you were telling me, like, I could not believe the prices. I mean, hats, $85.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you go into the Trump Doral golf course, like in their golf shop. Yeah, there was hats there, $100 hats. Like,
it's crazy.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's just but again, I've always said something's priced when people will pay for it, and people do. T-shirts. Mm-hmm. You know what I thought was expensive too? The new tournament that they had up in Jupiter where Franny worked and you did.
TGL?
And their T-shirts and stuff were expensive. And I got one for somebody for their birthday, and he was a big fan of one of the teams. And I went to the PGA store. It was like $90 for a T-shirt. Like, I was like, wow.
It's pricey. 47142 is our text line. The reflectors, and I'm probably going to mess this up, the reflectors on the road are called... Dylanators. I'm sorry.
I just always called them reflectors.
Yeah. Dylanators. That's what I'm going to say, but tell me if I'm saying it wrong, which you will, I'm sure. And then we have Jesus Greek. I don't think anyone thinks they're hickeys. Did they have to cut you open? And I want to make sure Dom got the whole part about the 10 inches, and that's huge. And I asked Greek, how did they get it in? That just came out of Franny's mouth. With this segment, I don't have to listen to the rest of the show. And then we have Good Morning PH. Happy Tuesday. This is a heads up to Dom at 10:16 a.m. on 7/8/2025, Franny is quoted saying, it's 10 inches. It's so big. You heard him. He played it.
Yep.
That
I got
quote
it.
just might live on in real radio history. With 3.5 hours to go, what will Franny say next? I'm on pins and needles. That's from you. And then somebody just said, just blatantly, Jalen Ramsey is nothing but a little bitch is what we got on the text line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people have said that. And my point to the story is that it's just becoming more and more where players just don't want to be someplace. And you complain, and they have to trade you. And I just don't think it's a great thing for sports. It doesn't matter. And not only do they get traded, they get more money. So I always try to, like, when I'm talking about sports, you think about your job. Like, if you're really a problem at your job, you get fired. You know what I mean? They're not going to be like, hey, you're going to CBS Radio and we're giving you a raise. That doesn't happen. Obviously, we have non-competes. But it's one of those situations where it just surprises me. And you know it's going down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know this is what he's doing, and obviously the agents are involved, but I guess there's no way to stop it. And it works out for them. And obviously we dealt with it with Jimmy Butler for a long time, and it really messed up the Heat season last year.
So from something like strawberries, which are very healthy, to fast food, which sometimes, you can find some healthy options, but most of the time when you think fast food, you think not, right? So they decided to rank the unhealthiest fast food restaurants. A new ranking by World Atlas calls do you want to guess which one they say is the unhealthiest out of all the fast food restaurants?
Out of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go with McDonald's.
McDonald's is not. So McDonald's got ranked number 7 out of 10. So it's not even in top 5 of worst.
Popeye's chicken.
Nope.
I'm not going to guess Chick-fil-A.
It's not. Chick-fil-A's number 10.
Yeah.
Last on the list. Wendy's number 1.
Yeah!
Square burgers and frosty
I'm going to win a bet today.
Create a caloric minefield. That triple Baconator meal with large fries and medium frosty hits around 2,200 calories, 54 grams of saturated fat, and 3,400 milligrams of sodium. But you're ordering a triple Baconator. Like, is that necessary?
What do you think?
Oh, that's my favorite.
Exceeding.
I just ordered this morning.
Don't you just need 1 patty? No, I need 3. Exceeding,
extra bacon.
Right? Exceeding most daily limits in one sitting. The seasonal beast they have, like the pretzel bacon pub triple, tops at 1,500 calories just alone without all the other goodness there. The breakfast croissant combo, Biggie bag bargains, all this stuff. They said that those are what they call the most waist-widening and heart-straining chains. That's what puts it there. Then at number 2, you have Sonic. Sonic is number 2 there. They say the highest calorie item is getting a combo. It's just a cheeseburger. Sonic cheeseburger combo with medium tots and a cherry limeade. It's about 1,600 calories. 3,000 grams of sodium. That's insane.
Oh, wow.
This sounds delicious. A Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Master Shake, but 1,700 calories and 48 teaspoons of sugar in that.
Ooh.
Then you've got on there, it goes Taco Bell next. They say the beef 5-layer burrito plus a Baja Blast, which is around $9.70. Nothing terrible. Then you got Dairy Queen, KFC, Quiznos made the list, number 7, Mickey D's, as we mentioned. And the thing at McDonald's, if most people eat that, they claim that it's the Big Mac meal with large fries and a soda is 1,300. That's going to have the most calories when you go there. Smash Burger. Do we have any Smash Burgers locally?
I don't think so.
I don't know if we do either.
I don't even know if you have any Quiznos really around here anymore.
They open, now I'm thinking Firehouse Subs, because I thought that went away and they opened one in Alton.
Isn't Quiznos a sub place?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Now, can you order breakfast at like McDonald's? I mean, like a cheeseburger at McDonald's like 8 o'clock in the morning or no?
I think they just have the breakfast menu.
Yeah, it's the breakfast menu.
And I think they might do all day breakfast, right? But they don't do all day lunch.
Yeah, I believe you're right with that.
Yeah.
So if you went in like 8 o'clock, you ordered a Big Mac, they're like, no?
Mm-mm.
I mean, I don't work there, but that would be my assumption. I don't know.
I assume you don't work there.
Yeah. Little Caesars.
Is that another job you have in for?
She's doing that too.
Little Caesars, $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza, packs around 2,140 calories. And then finally here, Chick-fil-A. They said masked calorie-dense fried chicken behind a wholesome image. The original chicken sandwich, not terrible. Waffle fries. They said it's about 750 milligrams of sodium, and that is 800 calories. But that's if you pack it with like a sugary drink and all that stuff. So not super terrible.
Dom, what is your go-to fast food?
I like Chick-fil-A, but here, when I'm at work, it's either Wendy's or the pizza place across the street.
Okay. So a pizza place, would you consider that fast food or not really?
Well, they put Little Caesars on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But your pizza place, I don't think it is. Like Little Caesars is that fast and ready. Like it's already there for you to go and grab.
I mean, he has slices ready.
Does he?
Yeah, you can just go there and get a slice or
Okay.
two.
Yeah. All right.
I saw somebody walking, and I don't know if it was from that pizza place, but somebody the other day,
God.
as I was leaving, no, I mean, I know we have a lot of weird walking people around here, just walking around. But he had a basket of chicken tenders, and they look like, I wanted to stop and be like, hey, where'd you get those from? They look delicious.
They look good?
He was
Probably
walking,
Wawa.
yeah, I don't know, because it
Do
was
they
in one of those red and white basket kind of things. And so I'm assuming he got it across the street from where you get the pizza from. But I was very close to be like, where'd you get those chicken tenders? Those are good looking.
I still think it's odd. The place on North Lake, there's a gas station. They have the chicken place there, and the chicken's very good.
The taco place, you mean?
Oh, no, Chester's Chicken.
Oh, okay. There's also a taco place I heard that's in the
Yes,
gas
Taco
station.
Laredo. I've seen it, but I have not made a stop in there yet.
Is that at 7-Eleven?
Yes, the new one, the new gas station out there.
Yeah, it just still, to me, it seems odd. You know, I mean, you see somebody walk out with chicken or something like that.
But
you're
a
like,
lot of restaurants, I mean, even that one guy, Dave Portnoy, when he was doing the one bite, he went into the gas station in Juno Beach, that Willie's, and he gave it an 8.5. So, I mean, there's so many restaurants that you would never think of, or food places in restaurants. And the guy came from New York, wanted a small little shop.
Yeah.
He had his own little store, but he retired, came down here, and decided, you know what, I still want to make pizzas, but I don't want a big space. So he ended up getting that space at the gas station.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it seems weird. You know, when you're walking in to get, like, you know, gas and you see somebody walking out with chicken or pizza, and in your mind you think, it can't be good. But then you find out that the chicken place is excellent. They brought us food one time.
Yeah, we were talking
Buc-ee's,
about it.
though. Buc-ee's is so good.
Well, that's
best.
huge. I mean, that's like...
But even Wawa's, you know, they're known for their lunch and sandwiches and stuff, too.
Yeah, I think they, you know, one stop. People like that. You know, go get gas, which you probably 98% of people do every day. Or some point of the week, 2-3 times, and I can get lunch and I can do things. So, I mean, it's
always been a thing where you can eat at gas stations, but now they're up in their game from the hot dogs that have been sitting there for 10 days. They're just up in their food game. That's all.
Yeah. You don't want to go to a gas station early in certain areas with all the landscapers there. Like, oh my God, that is like
the line.
Oh, it's crazy. And I've done it a couple times, not realizing it.
What, do you need scratch offs?
No, I'll get gas in the morning. I don't really play scratch offs at gas stations for some reason. And I'm not a big scratch off guy. Like, I'll do maybe 3 a month. Maybe. And, you know, if I hit one like I did a couple weeks ago, that gives me the itch. And then I'll do maybe like 5 in a row and I'll get banged out 5 times and I'll be like, okay, I'm not going to do it anymore.
Did you lose the itch for parlays because of how bad yours went yesterday?
No. I never lose that. You're going to lose and you're going to
I'm
win.
messing with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. And my goal is that I win more than I lose.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So if it does, and I do it also for entertainment because I'm bored. So it's something watch a game or just to hang out. But I'm not going to worry about that. I mean, I would feel worse if I bet red 3 times in roulette and lost like $3,000. You're like, oh my God, I had a 50-50 shot. There's only 3 to 5 And I was reading this article last night of sports bettors that make money. And 95% of people lose. So that's why the casinos and sports business is billion-dollar business.
That's why that bill that went through, a lot of people won't be affected by that because that's for big-time gamblers and all that.
Nobody's going to be affected by that. It goes in the headlines and people go crazy. And like I said, I told you this yesterday to my friend. I go, you guys don't win.
Exactly.
So what are you bitching about? And if you won, then okay, I can see you say, hey, you know what? There was 10%. You don't win. And there's ways around that like everything else in life. Just got to be a little thoughtful and thinking. And most people who bet are very creative in that area. You know, you can figure things out. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We figure things out for you every day. And
they figure out things for us, too.
yeah. They help us more than hurt us.
They do. And I was told the pronunciation is Dalinate. No, I'm messing it up.
What?
Delineators.
Who the hell's going to remember that?
Delineators.
Reflectors.
And then we have, hey, G, there's no T in Wimbledon. And then these are the words pronounced delineators. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Quick, we have, because it's our buddy Chris, that says, Dom always sucks. Hey, Franny, would you like a $5 foot long? I love Vanya. I just can't help myself from talking trash. Love the show. Love you guys. And Dom still sucks and isn't on camera. And then Kurt, the pool spa fixer, says, I call the road reflectors drunk bumps.
That's good, because then when you hit it, you might know you're probably drinking.
You shouldn't be drinking.
That's pretty
driving.
Good. Yeah, see, that's easier to remember. The other one seems like a term in like geometry or something like that. Who the hell's going to
I will never remember that, but thank you.
I like drunk bumps.
Yeah, I think that works good. That's good for you too, Dom. I also got something for you in the show later about people who work at certain places that are very happy. And when I saw the article, I thought of you.
Oh.
Could be a side hustle for you. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back. Don't forget, in this hour, you're going to chance to win tickets to Busch Gardens. Busch Gardens. What? We'll be back. Peace.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
95 and the Turnpike accident-free. Got some road work here, Boynton Beach Boulevard westbound before Hagen Ranch Road blocking the right lane, and construction Southern Boulevard westbound at Pike Road. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's at Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's at Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. Makes a good night a great night. Peace.
You know kids will ruin your life, right? Especially if you're a garage door. I mean, babies are adorable, don't get me wrong. But after that adorable phase where they barf and poop on everything, they turn into a cheap garage door's worst nightmare. Whacking tennis balls against the door all day, up and down every time they ride a bike. You dreamy young'uns might have the energy to start a family, but that rusty avocado green aluminum garage door that came with your house is too old for this jazz. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern, insulated garage doors are built to stand up to family life. They resist dents, they don't ring like a gong when you whack them with a puck, and they go up and down, super quiet, as many times as your kids change their minds. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll treat you like family.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
If you pay attention to the latest medical advances, you've heard about the exciting developments in stem cell treatments. But where do you go? Bespoke Biologics is a pioneer in this exciting field of medicine. The medical professionals at Bespoke Biologics have over 15 years experience and speak with people every day who've had a heart attack or stroke or dealing with heart disease, people looking for additional ways to improve their condition. Learn more now at BespokeStemCell.com. Stem cells are some of the most powerful cells in the body, and researchers are moving at warp speed and harnessing their power to help people combat a wide range of health issues. The first step is education, and the latest, most amazing discoveries are now at your fingertips at BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. Go to BespokeStemCell.com now to learn more about these medical breakthroughs and schedule your introductory call today. BespokeStemCell.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at GlassChamberFL.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at GlassChamberFL.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly dry as we get started on this Tuesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s across the area. A couple inland spots, though, falling into the 60s. Quiet skies out there for us, though, as we get going. We're going to be back near 90 this afternoon, feeling close to 100 when you factor in that humidity. We'll see a few inland isolated storms later today. Otherwise, we're mostly sunny.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bills at realradio921.com. That's bills. Enter it now at realradio921.com and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Remember, if you want to see Francis, you can go to our website, Real TV. Check out Francis in the studio. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. You can't see Dom right now giving everybody the finger because...
What? No, whoa.
Do you want to lie to this audience and thousands of people right now and not say you were just giving everybody a finger? Just be honest. I mean, because that's what life's about.
I don't know what you're talking about, G-Man.
You can tell by your high pitch that you're lying like a bitch. Dominic is behind the black canvas. You never get to see him. And, of course, you get to see me. But it's cool. We like that about Dom. We've accepted him. I used you the other night on an analogy with one of my buddies with his girl, with a problem.
God, let me hear this.
And I didn't want to get into the problem because it's personal, but I said it's like Dom. He doesn't want to be on the camera. Instead of us fighting it, we just let him be.
Well, you don't really let him be. You bring it up a lot.
Well, we bring it up because people say, why is he not on the camera?
Oh.
But we don't.
I never get any texts about it. So I think they're just used to it.
Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to force you to be on the camera, I could, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because your happiness is more important.
You couldn't force me.
All right. I don't want to get into this struggle this morning with you. Okay, I just don't want to. I don't have the time for the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Are you hungry?
So just stick it. But anyway, so his girlfriend cheats on him a lot. I said, you just got to accept it. I mean, if you like her, I said, it's like Dom. He doesn't want to be on camera. It's a great analogy. Franny's here.
I'm so confused.
Me too.
Welcome to the Penthouse. Thank you very much. When you walk into a Penthouse, what do you do? A lot of times you're like, I can't believe it. It's so beautiful. It's big. It's nice. Same thing with the show. You can't believe it. How about some Florida stories?
Sure.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida.
I'm from Florida?
WTF.
What the Florida?
We know that 4-letter word you can't say on an airplane, and I'm surprised this guy did it. An Allegiant Air flight from Florida to Virginia had to return due to, of course, a bomb threat. But it wasn't really a bomb.
So bad.
Yep, Tosh Taylor told a fellow passenger that his laptop, which looked like a laptop, was a bomb. Why? Why would you say that? So, of course, it sparked panic. They said the man the flight was headed over to St. Pete International Airport. And the claim was there's 177 passengers, 6 crew members on board. About 40 minutes after takeoff, he told the person next to him, not once, but twice, I have a bomb, and then pointed at his laptop. My laptop, it's a bomb. According to the FBI, his seatmate quickly told the flight attendants. The pilot decided to return back, they said, to Florida. Police and FBI agents were waiting after responding to a call of a verbal bomb threat. Taylor was arrested, and his belongings were checked, of course, by a K-9 unit. Guess what? No bomb was found.
They should have just threw the laptop off the plane.
Other passengers also heard him say he had a bomb. The plane did take off again after Taylor was removed. Thank goodness, and it safely arrived to their destination.
What a knucklehead.
Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, you shouldn't be
And not
allowed.
just that, you know that you're not, you should be banned.
Yeah, forever.
But you're not getting where you were supposed to go. Yeah, the dude, of course he's facing serious charges. You don't just get kicked off. You're facing charges for making a false bomb threat. He did appear in federal court, Tampa, on Monday. If convicted, he could face up to 5 years in prison or fine up to $25,000 or even both.
Good.
He did not admit to making the bomb threat, but said the woman next to him was rude. Yeah, he had recently been, but this is it. He also told investigators he had recently been released from a mental health facility and was struggling with the lack of clarity because of his condition and medication.
So many fights on planes. See, that's why I don't want to go to Vegas. One of the reasons. But I'll fly private. Go ahead.
All right, next up in your What the Florida, we have a Holly Hill man, 31-year-old man from Holly Hill, tried to steal nearly $1,500 of merchandise from a department store, and then he caught a ride on a UPS truck, the back of a truck. Blount County Sheriff's Office responded to Lowe's after Michael DeVersa tried to steal merchandise, as I mentioned, worth over $1,000. They received a call from a concerned citizen shortly after who saw him riding on the back of the UPS truck on a parkway. He eventually got off of the UPS truck when the driver stopped the truck and told him, hey, get off my truck. Authorities said that he went on foot. They were able to track him moments later and arrest him before transporting him over to the Flagler County Jail.
When I lived in the city, I used to see so many kids and guys do that. Jump on the back like Federal Express, UPS trucks. You know, you're going to Manhattan like maybe 10 blocks. You don't want to take a cab. Oh, you're too cheap. I saw guys in suits. So I remember I was like, are you kidding me? Like, they just jump on the back. And that's it. Then just get off. You know, and that's it.
Thanks for the ride.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And this is my favorite Florida story of the day. All aboard the crazy train. A man in Florida was arrested on his birthday. This was on Friday after authorities caught him. So have you ever been down to, you haven't been down to Key West. Dom, have you?
I'm going this weekend.
Yeah, so you know the Contour train that they have?
Mm-hmm. The what train?
The Contour train?
I thought you said something else.
Anyway, so the guy's like, he was arrested after he was pretending like he was one of the people who drive it, like a tour guide and he was even picking up passengers on it. So Jonathan Patrick Winslow was celebrating his 57th trip around the sun, and he turned up at the Contour train depot in Key West. Somehow weaseled his way into conducting one of their vehicles. The guy looks nuts. He looks like he lives in Key West, though. He allegedly bamboozled a well-meaning employee into forking over the keys, like pretending like, yeah, I'm going to work here. I don't know what to do. Yeah, totally. After claiming he used to work at the company years prior and requesting a tour of the train. The confused employee was kind of like, I guess, left in the dust when Winslow allegedly sped away, thinking that surely the stranger must have had permission to take the train. Well, he did not. Officers responded to the depot where the stolen train was reported. I mean, that's a hell of a stolen one of those trains. It's a legit little trolley train that takes you through. And he stole it. So it could be tracked via GPS.
Hey guys, come on.
And they said at the time it already made its way downtown. So they had a general idea of who they were looking for almost immediately as Winslow had left his Kia still running in the parking lot of the depot, blasting rock music before hopping on the train.
Nice.
They were able to nab him, and the train was intact. Thank God. He somehow got two oblivious strangers into joining him for a ride. They're like, come on, I'm taking a tour.
Then your driver gets arrested.
Yeah, they said he exhibited rapid speech and appeared to be very excited. So
he's a
police
conductor now.
told him about the charges he faced. He claimed he only borrowed the train. Again, insisted he used to work for the company and noted that today's my birthday.
Oh.
We're like, I don't care.
Happy birthday.
He was carted off to jail when he was being searched. A corrections deputy allegedly found a pipe hid in his pocket. He insisted that it was a weed pipe, but in fact, they found out, nope, there's meth in that pipe. So the short-lived conductor is now facing charges of burglary, grand theft, auto, and possession of drug paraphernalia. So the claims were, yes, he was very much high on meth when he was driving around on that conch train. Him saying conch. And that is you're with the Florida.
What are you?
You always perk up when I say conch. Your head's down. I say conch, and you're like, what?
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. If you want to get involved, 3 ways, baby. You can call us at 877-927-6969. Also, you can text us at Real Radio 47142. There is supposedly a change with security at the TSA. Would that make a difference to you? I would think most people would be happy. Mm-hmm. So there was a new survey about hourly people who get paid at jobs. And the happiest employees, okay, were the ones who work at vape shops, weed shops, or sell cigarettes. So I thought of you. For a side hustle. That maybe, people are happy and you go. Now, I wonder if you're allowed to smoke weed when you're working at a weed shop.
I don't think so.
Well,
you're not supposed to be you're not supposed to smoke it within a certain vicinity.
Oh, okay.
And you're not supposed to smoke in public either.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the privacy of your own home, even though.
Yeah, so again, these are the people who are the happiest as their job. They probably don't even realize what they're doing because they're so blown out. And they're like, yeah, this ain't bad. This is okay. We're hanging out.
I saw a meme. It was a guy. He was applying for jobs, applied to a dispensary. He was like, do you guys have health benefits? And the person that was giving him the interview was like, yeah, free weed. That's the health benefits. He's like, no, health benefits. Yes, it's free weed. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll take the job.
Did they give you free weed if you worked here? You don't know?
I'm sure you get a sweet discount at least.
I'm sure, yeah.
I would think so. Just like most places, you get a discount.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to use the place and, you can get big discounts, like some of the high-end places, you might be able to be a side hustle just to work to get the discount. Like at high-end jewelry stores or boutiques or stuff like that.
Yeah, so there's more to this. G-Man, this study, they did find out that marijuana vape shops are the happiest hourly workers, with about 92% reporting positive feelings about their job. Which is way above the national average, which is 72% of all shift workers are happy with their job, which is still a lot. It's a pretty high percentage.
Yeah.
The top-rated roles included, besides that, caterers, baristas, dentists. I didn't really look at dentists being hourly. Gym staff, and firearm store workers. Nice. The happiest workplace share traits like strong team spirit, predictable schedules, clear expectations, which sometimes they say outweigh higher pay or prestige. At the same time, the least happy workers are in pharmacies. Just 14% of them are happy. Postal service and healthcare roles, which struggle with burnout. They said regulatory pressure and staffing shortages. So geographically speaking, South Carolina, Virginia, Utah score high on worker happiness. In North Dakota, New Mexico, and Vermont lag behind due to economic stress. I'll tell you what, man, Utah always ranks high with all the happiness things.
Yeah.
It's always Utah.
No, they're eating granola and hanging out and smoking pot.
Yeah, and they've got like 5 wives.
Yeah, so it's like, who's turn
sounds
tonight?
stressful.
Whose turn tonight?
That sounds not relaxing.
Nancy, could you call Diane? Because Cindy's got to come over tonight. It works out real well. Everybody just spins the top and everybody's happy. Yeah, so I can see that where they're happy at that job. Baristas, I find it tough because you're dealing with the public, on a regular basis. And, just always somebody's got a complaint to me. Like they're not happy. Just any food service. I mean, again, I've talked about it a million times. So many guys I know and people, good friends who work in restaurants or run them. And that's the hardest thing, keeping everybody happy. So a barista, I mean, I don't know.
And you said caterer too, right?
Caterer is on the list, That seems like a very stressful situation.
Especially for like dealing with weddings and big birthdays and stuff like
Whatever big event,
Yeah, like weddings.
Deadlines.
Weddings I could see being a blank show, especially if the bride's bad. Or the family or something like that. You got to deal with that. You got to handle all the requests. I think it's very stressful to deal with that. Anything with the public, I think, is hard.
47142 started off with Real Radio. We have somebody asking about, hey, Grand in Your Hand website. It's not working. I just went on it and it is. So try again, realradio921.com. That pop up for Grain in Your Hand, which is your chance to score $1,000. That's where you enter the keyword. I just did it. It's working. So just please try again. I'm sorry if it's not working for you. And then somebody says, hey, Franny, ask G-Man if he knows what conch is.
No clue.
You don't know what it is?
No.
Have you seen a conch shell? Do you know like what that would look like if you pictured it?
No.
So it's one of those shells that people like put up to their ear and they're like, oh, I hear the ocean in it. Really big, beautiful
that's
shell.
A conch shell.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
it's like a peachy white kind of hue.
Sometimes you can get marlin games on them.
So conch is what lives in it. It's a sea snail, and people eat it, and it's quite delicious. Like you can have cracked conch, you can have fried conch, you can have like if you go to the Bahamas, they will pull it out of the water, pull it out of the shell, chop it up right in front of you, and do some like peppers and onions and lime juice, salt, pepper, and just serve it to you like that. And that's like a conch salad.
Is it expensive?
No, not really. But it's you can only find them in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Greek likes cock salad.
Have you had escargot?
Yes.
Okay.
Snails.
All right. So this is a sea snail.
Yeah.
And,
I'm not a big fan of that.
I love escargot.
Oh, maybe I'll try it. 877-927-6969. I like the simple stuff. Shrimp, lobster.
I get it, but sometimes
caviar.
but the caviar is not simple.
It's not. That's what I'm saying.
I think caviar has more of a distinctive, like very. What am I trying to say? Like that, the flavor is a lot more bold than like an escargot. Yours might just be a texture thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I like escargot with like they just drench it in garlic butter and like a little puff pastry on top. It's so good.
Where would you suggest to get that? Was there any
I think
place?
Okeechobee Steakhouse has a great escargot.
Okay. How about Dom? What are you a fan? Are you a fan of lobster, shrimp?
I like lobster, shrimp. I'm not a big going that far. Like caviar, nope.
How about oysters?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not a big oyster.
I'm doing the oyster eating contest again at Lucky Shuck this year.
When is that?
I think it's August 1st.
Let me write that down.
Give me a surf and turf though, any day.
Yeah,
Sure.
right.
I'll give you surf and turf. I bet if I give you a beating and a slap.
Ooh.
That's right.
Should I bend over?
It's up to you, whatever you're into. It's your slap. We're here to please. I'll do whatever you tell me. Next time I have a problem, an issue with a wise guy, I'll say that. Can I get a slap? 877-927-6969. You can give us a call on the new TSA. Again, it's not official, but strong rumors and people are reporting newspapers that there's no more taking your shoes off. I think a lot of people thought that was annoying and pain in the ass.
Should we test it? Should I book a flight today, come back?
Well, Franny's gone in a couple weeks.
That's too far.
Yeah, they'll probably have been everywhere. You know what? My sister just flew in yesterday. I'll see if she had to take off her shoes.
Or we could just drive to the airport later and just ask them, hey, do you have to take off your shoes? And see what they say. I'm doing a survey for Real Radio 921. Would you like to tell me? I'm sure I would think it's out there because it's going to spread like wildfire. And everybody's going to be like, oh, my God. Fired, by the way. People will be like,
Yeah, but some, that's what they're saying because some. So according to what I read, they sent a message to TSA on Sunday, letting them know the whole no shoes thing was going on. It was a memo, but it was very like hush hush. It wasn't. They didn't make a massive announcement about
it's
it.
all over the
so
place
that's
now.
what. So some TSA checkpoints are still making people take off their shoes, and some aren't.
Okay.
So that's why we're saying don't be surprised if you have to.
Yeah. And be happy, I guess, if you don't, which is always, like I said, it's an inconvenience for most people. And that's one of the things with flying, I think that's obviously hurt it with people because going through the security lines is just such a pain in the ass, especially big airports. Down here, it's not that bad, but there's been a couple times in Palm Beach the lines have been long. And it depends what time you travel, just like everything else. Again, you can call us or text us to get involved with the show, or bring us salmon. How about some salmon today? With he rolls his eyes with some strawberries. We got to put
strawberries
We got to
too.
put it out there. It's got to be difficult. We can't make it easy. So maybe some salmon, some asparagus, no bread. It's bikini season, and maybe some strawberries and some whipped cream. If you can accomplish that, whoa, you will get a huge, huge tip. You can call us or text us. Don't forget, at 11:45, you get an opportunity for you guys to win tickets to Busch Gardens for 2 for the day.
So on a more serious note, I do want to give you all a heads up, and we'll be just talking about it throughout the week because we know that they are still going through it, and that is Texas and Texas Hill Country and iHeart. They are looking for relief funds is what we're doing with the devastating floods that are going on. Particularly, this is Kerr County. We know that it's hit a bunch of other areas too, but yeah, they have impacted so many residents, families lost their homes, lost their lives. Communities have been shattered. The death toll just keeps on rising. It really is just a horrible thing that's going on. And so the need is super urgent. Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country has launched the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund to support response, relief, and long-term recovery efforts. And this is going to be long-term recovery with what's going on there. So all donations, which we love because sometimes you got to vet where this money is going, but all donations are going to go directly to trusted local organizations, which will help provide food, shelter, health care, all kinds of things. So you can donate to the Kerr County Flood Relief, and that is at communityfoundation.net. That's communityfoundation.net.
Thank you, Francis. And again, anything you guys can contribute matters. A lot of times with contributions, we talk about what's $1, what's $5, what's $10. It adds up, and it's going to help somebody in a very, very difficult time. You're listening to the Penthouse on Real Radio 921 and also 1017. Before you know it, it will be football season. People are counting down, and we will have the Gators. I believe their first game is August 30th.
Surprised you don't have some like little countdown timer up on the wall.
You see it every day. It's all over the place. They have it on For a Little Network. They have it everywhere. I mean, they have my friends telling me. I get text messages. I told you the other day, 8 Sundays to the NFL.
Or the countdown to that Texas, Texas game?
That's August 30th. Mm-hmm. But the first really, there will be college football the 23rd. There are some games, but August 30th is when it really kicks off. And that's early because, traditionally it was always been in September. So they try to get it out there in August. Again, it's a longer season for them. And then you got, obviously, the playoffs. But we do have the Gators. Don't forget that. You can hear the Gators all season long on Real Radio. 51% of people in the last year, Americans, have gotten a side job because of how high everything is, the economy. And 51% is a large amount of people for a side hustle. What would be a side hustle you would try to get?
House sitting.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think anything with animals is great. Like, dog sitting, dog walking.
No, not even animals, just house sitting.
Yeah. Now, you've done that.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but you really have to know the person.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big thing because I don't think anybody's going to let you just sit there if you don't. Now, why does he really have it? Do you actually stay there?
No.
Okay, so you just hang out.
I just go there,
check the mail.
Taking the mail, taking whatever garbage or anything like that, and, turn on all the faucets to make sure all those work. Make sure the AC is still going. Make sure the pool's good.
Now, does he have cameras in the house?
Nope.
So you can bring back Scusamas.
Oh, I could. He even told me to do it.
Yeah, he said that?
Yeah.
Well, he probably has cameras. He probably wants to watch it in action. He's probably like, yeah, bring back girls. I would have been like, really?
No, I did his whole networking and his whole Wi-Fi in his house, so I would know. He doesn't even know how to do that.
Now, is his house closer to the studio than yours?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So you've never thought about just crashing there?
I have. He's had me crash there before.
Does he have a pool?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing tonight?
I'm going there after today.
No, that is a great gig. House sitting. I mean, you got to have it in with all that. Like same thing with security. But if you can get it in like Palm Beach or big homes where they have a ton of money, you can do pretty well. And again, it's something you can do before your job. And when do you go? How many times a week?
Once a week, I got to go.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Does he pay you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. That wasn't too confident. Are you sure? You want me to talk to him?
No, he pays me. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's a great gig. House sitting. I think. See, I would think you got to go like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 times a week to check things, just to make sure everything's all right. Especially a big house like that.
Gated neighborhood, you don't got to worry about much other type of stuff, break-ins and all that. But
yeah, I'm trying to help you sell it to him. So you got to say like, hey, we got to increase it. I got to go a couple of times a week. I've been hearing some noise around the neighborhood. Don't worry, I got it. We're just gonna have to.
No, I just go there to use his golf facility instead.
Does he have a golf thing in his where he lives? Oh, so why don't you use it?
I do. What do you think I'm going there for?
Oh, that's why you go there?
That too.
Oh, wow. You got a pool and a golf thing. Don't lose him as a friend. Oh, man, that's good. Not that it matters what your friends have, but in this case, it does. Make sure you go there. Let us know when you have a pool party. Maybe we can do a live show for this pool. We just hook up, hang out there. It'd be great. And just do the show and have a good time. That's great. I didn't know you were getting paid for that. Good job, buddy.
He's got a studio in the house. You don't even need a...
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, really? Wow, this is getting better and better as we talk. We might have to keep you around for your anniversary. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Wimbledon goes on as we are speaking. That'll be going on to, I believe, the 13th. That is when the finals will be this Saturday and the Sunday. But always sign that, you know what, it is 4th of July or July when Wimbledon is on. It is the Penthouse. We'll come back with a trifecta. Also, an opportunity for you to win 2 tickets to Disney. And how much?
No, we don't have tickets to Disney.
Busch. Yeah, Busch Gardens, sorry. And then how much does it cost a family of 4 to go to Disney for a week? That's where I got sidetracked. But again, if you want Disney tickets, it's Busch. Sorry. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Lance Bass, by the way, the spokesperson for gays.
If he's the spokesperson for gays, who's the spokesperson for lesbians?
It was Ellen Page, but man,
you lost her in a trade.
Be up for that.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
So far, so good along your expressways. 95, Lee Turnpike, currently accident-free and flowing freely. Got some road work here, Boynton Beach Boulevard eastbound after 441, blocking your right lane. And construction on PGA Boulevard westbound at Ellison Wilson Road, blocking the left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like 2-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info is protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's of Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. Makes a good night a great night. Peace.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
In the podcast, The United States of Kennedy, 2 Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week, we're talking about Teddy Kennedy and Chappaquiddick.
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow The United States of Kennedy and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Could advanced stem cell therapy give you hope for a better, longer life? At Bespoke Biologics, we believe you deserve access to this groundbreaking, innovative medical solution. Stem cells are some of the most powerful cells in the body, and research is moving at warp speed and harnessing their power. At Bespoke Biologics, we speak with people every day all over America about new answers for heart disease, heart attacks, stroke, in addition to conditions like MS, rheumatoid arthritis, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, or maybe you just want to slow down the aging process or strengthen your immune system. The medical professionals at Bespoke Biologics have over 15 years experience. They're up to speed on all of the latest medical research, and they have access to an exclusive and proprietary line of stem cells. If you're ready to explore or just learn more about this exciting medical option, go to BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. Schedule your introductory call and get ready to transform everything you thought was possible. BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of the beloved cartoon, Scooby-Doo. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The defending WNBA champion New York Liberty host the Las Vegas Aces tonight at 8 Eastern tip-off. Liberty hoping to get back on track after dropping 5 of their last 7 games. New York have struggled without Jonquel Jones, who's been out since June 19th with an ankle injury. Meantime, after losing 3 straight in June, the Aces have won 4 of their last 6. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
I sit back, smoke a pina colada.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That was a little tongue-in-cheek.
There's probably like a pina colada like strain or something.
Maybe,
There's
yeah.
so many different flavors.
Yeah, it might be.
Or
So
trains.
They owe me money, obviously. There you go. We'll settle out of court. It's probably another thing that I invented. My God, I can't believe it. It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good day as we speak. At 11:45, your chance to win 2 tickets to Busch Gardens. That'll be an excellent day for you and a friend. Or maybe somebody you don't like. Just take them. I remember I've always said if you guys know somebody that you don't like, tell them to listen to Real Radio. That'll be a nice thought. Dominic's in the house.
You want someone to take someone they don't like to a theme park with them?
Yeah, well, maybe you guys can see a new, different avenue of the person and you start liking them. Because theme park's always fun.
Okay.
You never know. I mean, isn't it better to get along than to fight? Fighting wastes so much energy and negativity. I mean, you know what I mean? So I just think it's something nice. And you don't have to agree with it, Dom. You can go smoke your joint in the corner. Dom's in the house.
Oh, I'll sit back in.
I sit back, smoke a pina colada. Frances is here.
Hi.
She's a stable one out of us. Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, the NBA new salaries are just crazy. Every summer it happens for everybody who signs. Alexander got a new paycheck, and he is crushing it. He deserves it. I don't know if he deserves $70 million, but he was the MVP of the league and of the Western Conference and the NBA Finals. And Oklahoma City Thunder, for the first time in franchise history, are the champs. But he makes more than the Florida Marlins as a team. So Dom sent me this yesterday. I also got it from a bunch of other people. It is pretty amazing. One guy makes more than the whole team of the Marlins. And the Marlins are having a good season this year, by the way. Good for Marlins standards, by the way. They're not in first place, but they're doing a lot better than people thought. They also did win last night. They got a victory 3-1. The Dolphins and Ramsey got divorced, and like most divorces, it doesn't end well. My dad always said many things to me. One of the things he said, if it doesn't end bad, it doesn't end. Well, that was a bad situation for the Dolphins and Ramsey. He was unhappy. He bitched and bitched and bitched, didn't get along with McDaniel, the coach, also with the GM gear, and he also questioned them and also started some problems with the team. They said that he was behind a lot of negativity last year in the locker room and on the sidelines. Maybe it'll help him this year. I don't know. The trade they made, as a guy who follows sports and does it every day, I don't think it was a good trade for the Dolphins, but they did it, and he was a headache. But the headache to me is really the front office, because a year ago they gave this guy $25 million. So that's something that they got to definitely look at. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Now, who do you got on hold, Dom?
We have Uncle Al on the phone.
Uncle Al, what is up, buddy? How you been?
Been a while. I've been really well. How about yourself? You sound good. Good to go?
Oh, always good to go, Uncle Al. I'm glad that you're doing well. And where are you residing these days? Are you still in the Cayman Islands, or are you here?
No, my daughter's down there. I couldn't take the hot, so I came back to the other hot. And and I'm not in City. I don't live in City Place anymore. I sold my condo. I got rid of that place.
Okay.
I was there for 12 years, so after a while, it's kind of like you go outside and there's a million people here and there. I mean, it was great. I could walk across the street and go to the Graphic Center. And the location you can't beat, but the thing is after a while it kind of gets old,
Okay.
And the building was kind of old too, and then they got the assessments, and you got every then the property taxes go up, and it was like never ending. So screw it. I moved to Jupiter, man.
Oh, good. All right. Do you like Jupiter?
Yeah, love it. I'm loving it.
Good. All right.
All right, and I'm really liking it very much. Where are you at? Oh, you're in Boca now, right?
I've been there for a long time. Yeah, it's good. All good. No complaints. A little bit tough in the morning commuting because it always takes a couple hours or an hour, but it's part of it. It's just life.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of friends down there, so maybe one of these days we'll get together.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
I got your number. And Franny.
Yes, Uncle Al.
You're back, 100. You're fantastic. You're great. How do you feel?
I feel good. Every day getting better. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
Are you attending bar anywhere out there, or are you just doing the private?
I can't 10 bar yet. I can't even lift a 5-pound weight with my left arm yet. I'm not clear to do any of that stuff, but soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll come around.
No, of course.
It'll come around.
Yeah.
So you're going to be working any retail places or any places that are open to the public, or just more private stuff?
Not really. I don't really do retail. I haven't done retail in a long time. I'll be out and about. My festival season's coming up. I actually have a festival at the end of the month. So there'll be some things that we'll talk about that I'll be doing. But yeah, as far as tending bar and establishment, maybe I'll fill in here and there at Double Roads, but that'll be a little bit down the line.
Double Roads?
Yeah, Jupiter.
Street.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Right down the street.
Yep.
Used to be owned by a good friend of mine, and he sold out finally after a while. And I don't know what's happening there now.
They're doing great. The new owners are awesome. It's a married couple. I was there for a while until I had the incident with my arm. So they're doing really good.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice place. Definitely a nice venue, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Al, it's great to hear your voice, buddy.
Oh, wow. Well, so same here. I mean, you're doing a great job, as a partner there and also as a single when you have to work alone, but you got to do what you got to do, right? Right, Z?
It's all good, bro. I mean, again, enjoy it. Lucky I'm here. No complaints.
Yeah.
And just enjoy it.
Great. You're doing great. And what about my Yankees? They're not doing so great, are they?
Well, I mean, if you're a Yankee fan, I think you got to be realistic. When Cole got hurt, it was going to be impossible. Very difficult. Anyway, that division is not good. Toronto's playing great, but the season's not over. I still think that I'm one of those Yankee fans that look at the glass half full. They're still having a good season based on what they have and losing their ace pitcher. So this weekend was tough with the Mets, obviously, but we'll see what happens in the second half.
Yeah. Speaking of the Mets, what kind of payroll do they have?
Highest in baseball.
Probably more than the Yankees.
Highest in baseball, the Mets.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. And where are they at? And Juan Soto, Soto turned out to be a kind of a stiff there for a while. He'll probably come around. But
no, he's having a good year. He's just not having a great year for him.
Yeah.
And the Mets are great at home, but they don't do good on the road. That's their problem this year. And they got a lot of injuries, too, with their pitching staff. So we'll see. I mean, it's only halfway. You're a baseball fan. You know it's such a long season. So it's really going to depend how they play the second half.
Well, let me ask you this: since we're both from New York, I'm from Long Island originally.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow the Mets at all, or are you more of a Yankee fan?
No, I'm a Yankee fan, but I follow baseball. I mean, so I know what's going on with all the divisions and players and stuff like that. What's going on? I thought the series this weekend was good. I enjoyed it when the Mets play the Yankees. I think that's one of the good elements that baseball has changed. That gives a little intrigue to it when they put, L.A. or Chicago, the White Sox and Cubs, whatever it is. I think it's good for sports, but I like the Yankees and Mets.
Yeah. Well, listen, it was great to talk to you guys. I got to take this call, and we'll be in touch, and we'll get together for sure.
All right, Al. You
Take
keep
care.
doing, buddy. It's good to hear you out there. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved, you could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Some of the big giveaways we have, and you get a chance every hour to get a keyword from Rover to win $1,000. We had a winner last year, Kevin from Jupiter. Amazing that I remember his name, but I do. And University of Miami is taking on Notre Dame. And we're going to have tickets for that to give away. One pair, lower level.
Nice.
These are great seats given to us. We'll talk more about it, who's doing it for us. It's a firm in Boca Raton, a financial firm, but they are doing it, and those are going to be great seats to give away for that game. Also, the Gators down here against Miami. That's in September, too. The Canes, right away, the first 4 weeks, they got 2 big games. Notre Dame game, that'll be sold out. And the Gators, so 2 games that'll be very interesting and that you could hear on Real Radio. All right, guys, we don't ask you to do much. We ask you to do 2 things every day. Listen, obviously. And secondly, when we have prizes, we want you to get involved and to win. So call us right now at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call for 2 tickets to Busch Gardens. Dominic's in the cockpit. He's taking the calls, and he's ready to go. So give him a call right now at 877-927-6969. That is the number. 2 tickets to Busch Gardens. Who doesn't want to go up there and have a great time? Who has a bad time at an amusement park? Nobody.
Except Greek. But if you don't want to call us, maybe you can't. Maybe you have a job that doesn't allow you to. But you can go on your computer, or even if you just get on your phone quietly and go to realradio921.com/preset. That's what you got to do in order to score. We have more tickets to Busch Gardens. That's this week's prize for Show Us Your Preset. Just make Real Radio 92.1 the number 1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. If you've already done it, you can still enter every single week. You just have to take a screenshot, a little screen grab. You submit it, realradio921.com/preset. And on Friday, we pick a winner for that pair of tickets to Busch Gardens, and we also throw in a parking pass.
Phone lines are blowing up. It's like Dominant's phone on a weekend with the girls. Everybody wants a piece. Who do we got first?
First up we have is Steve.
Steve, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Greek? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it every day. You're in the Greek casino, so it's roulette. You have to make a selection. Red or black, odd or even. First 18 or 19 to 36. What would you like?
Let's go red.
All right. Red for the Panthers. I was at Hard Rock the other night, and I played red for the Panthers, and I was excited.
How'd it work out for you?
Not good.
No.
Unfortunately, I think you're in the same boat. We're winners in life, but maybe losers at roulette. 13 black.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, bro. Who's next, Mr. Dominucci?
Next up we have is Lori.
Hello, Lori. How are you?
Great. How about you?
I'm not doing good today, Lori. Can you help me?
I don't know. Depends what you need.
I'm only kidding. All right. It's roulette. Do you know how that works?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You got to make a selection, red or black, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36.
Red.
Okay. Another red, back to back. There it is. Maybe it'll be lucky for Lori.
It's going to be green.
I hope so.
I hope so, too. I think women are luckier than men. So let's hope it continues for you. And like I said, women are luckier than men.
How's it looking?
Red 34.
Yeah, it is.
You're the winner.
All right.
All right. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Enjoy.
Yeah, hang tight so Don can get all your information, okay?
Okay.
All right, perfect. Congrats.
So nice. Just like that. And that's just like roulette is, and even in the casino. You could be up there, put some money on one number, you're like, yeah. See, what the thing is, if you don't want to torture yourself, if you have a number or a color that you play in roulette and you lose, run away from the table. Don't stay. Because if you see it come up and you don't have money on it, it could give you that, or maybe you want to punch the table or kick a chair or curse, and that's not good. So run to the restroom or go get something to eat. Don't witness it and be like, I don't want to deal with it. So Disneyland for a week of 4 with a family, average cost. Franny, what do you think it costs? I saw the number and I was like,
Family of 4?
Yeah, for a week.
Oh, a week?
Yeah, it said family of 4 for a week.
So a hotel or just the going to the parks for many days?
I assumed hotel.
Hotel everything. I didn't know if it was just tickets to get into the parks.
The article I read, I assumed it was hotel to stay there.
Family of 4, hotel, I don't know, $7,500.
Wow, it's close. I was shocked when I heard the price. I was like, wow.
How much is it?
It's $6,000, they say. For an average, for a family of 4 to go there for a week.
Because I'm thinking not only to get into the parks, and the more days you go in the parks, the better deal you get, right? But also hotel stay, food, all the things. But yeah, $6,000, family of 4, it's a lot.
That's a lot.
It is.
I mean, $6,000. You can go to Europe Go to Italy. Greece, I don't know about. They got a heat wave right now. It's very hot right now in Greece. Like 106, 107 degrees. But yeah, man, I still think that's a lot for a family of four. Who the hell can afford that for a week to go to Greece?
People are, you mean Disney?
Disney, yeah.
People are. They are doing it. And speaking of Disney, these are, they're sharing Disney parks some of the weird items that guests leave behind. Now, whether it's California Disneyland or Florida's Walt Disney World, they have shared employees, not what they've left, but what they do, right? Because there's a bunch of stuff that are left behind at these items. So both parks try to ship whatever identifiable items back to their owners.
Oh, that's nice.
They do. Free of charge. But they say that's not always possible. If items aren't claimed within 3 months, items are given to local charities and secondhand stores.
Nice.
People find out when Disney employees are donating the items and line up at the stores for hours to get them. They said stuff like wagons and strollers because you get them at much cheaper prices.
I would think that.
Others, they said nice sunglasses, companies, Prada, Ray-Ban. You can get them for just $1 when they donate them to these thrift stores.
Amazing.
Disney World, they said they take a lot of items they collect every 3 months, donate them to the Boys and Girls Club. So it's not always just to these thrift stores, stuff like that, but they will also donate them to places like the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida. That one in particular, Disney World.
Crazy.
Yep.
Do anybody leave their kids? It's like, here, I don't want them.
Well, that's the thing. A stroller is so weird because wouldn't you be like, man, I was pushing my kid in something.
I was just thinking that.
Wasn't I pushing my kid in something when I got here? And then you just leave it behind? And strollers are expensive.
I would think, but I'm sure that's a little bit more on people's mind. Your phones. I can see people dropping them.
I mean, they say the more common things, right, with all the kiddos and stuff like that.
Dolls.
Yes, thousands of guests a day without fail. Portable chargers, miniature plushies, which are dolls. The themed souvenir cups. They make their way into parks, bustling lost and found centers. So while they do strive to return their items to their original owners, they will, and as I mentioned, they'll do it free of charge if they're able, if they're identifiable. But yeah, other than that, they take them and they're showing this video, and it is tons. just boxes.
I can imagine.
And boxes and boxes of stuff that's left behind. But yeah, after 3 months, the park donates the bulk of the lost and found stock to local charities and secondhand shops. So I'm curious, especially the one over there in Central Florida, if they know if it's got to be right the same time or the same day that they do the donations, because they said that people know that they are just waiting because they know they're going to score a great deal.
And they also have stores like that for airports, right? Where people they sell all the stuff that's left behind. I mean, again, if you know where it's at, you can get a good deal like this.
So there's a TikTok account called Magical Soul Foodie, and they devote a lot of their time to scour the internet for dates and times, line up in hours in advance, and rifle through thousands of unclaimed items with one goal in mind: that big ticket item. As I mentioned, strollers, wagons, other expensive things, but they will also share on their TikTok when they find out, when they start, when they open the doors, when they bring in all the Disney stuff. But they say, $3 to $5 per item is the normal sale price.
That's great.
And it typically happens in the month of August.
I can't imagine, there's got to be tons of chargers. Like she said, it was on lists, laptops, things like that. Anything that, electronics has got to be there. People just forget. But I go with you with the stroller thing. You had a stroller walking in.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell do you forget? You leave and you're like, oh my God, did I get my stroller? I only left one thing in my whole life at a hotel. And I was down in South Beach and I left a watch in the safe. And I realized it when I was in this area. And I called the hotel and they were like, get back down here. And I made a U-turn. I went all the way back down. And the whole time down there, I didn't think the watch was going to be there. I got lucky that nobody checked in my room.
So you told them you were in the area, because I'm surprised they didn't offer to send it your way, because we stayed at an Airbnb in Savannah, and irony here, my girlfriend Savannah left her watch. She left her Apple Watch. And a couple days, left a message with them, and they got nothing. And finally, hey, we found it, and they ended up shipping it to her.
Yeah, I think I was worried that I didn't want them to go into the safe and say, oh, we don't have it. So I said, I'll be back down in 30 minutes. And I went back in, and they gave me a key. They said, nobody's checked in. Go ahead. And my watch was there. But I panicked. I definitely did, because I thought I was beat. And I would have not been a happy camper. But guess what? It's my fault. So when you leave, there are people I've been with who make a little checklist. Chargers people forget all the time if you put anything in the safe to check.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're just check everything. Check under the bed, check the bathroom, check the shower, check all the things before you leave. But yes, they say chargers are one of the number one things that are left behind.
Have you ever left anything?
Not that I could think of.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember I panicked. I was just like, oh my God. Like, I just called right away and just made a U-turn, went all the way back, and raced down there. I'm not a fast driver, but I was racing fast. Yesterday, I wanted to tell Franny, I talked to one of my friends who he drives so fast. So for him to go over 100, he didn't believe me. I said, there's a new law. And he was like...
Super speeder.
And he looked it up, and he was like, wow, when did this start? I said, a couple days ago. I said, so he has a tendency on 95 to go 90, 100.
Mm-hmm. He has some jail time or even a $500 fine.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, I won't drive when I'm anymore on a track. I panic. I really do. It takes so much out of me because I think and he's a good driver, but it's the other people around when you're doing that speed for him. So I was like, hey, knucklehead, there's a new law. And 30 days in jail. So he looked it up and he was like, wow, I can't believe it. So it's one of the things Franny talked about. There was a lot of new laws.
Yeah, no longer the HOV lane is no longer.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean,
that's 100 laws. It's just too much to go through and read all of them.
Yeah, but I mean,
that was last week, July 1st.
And a lot of times you don't realize till you get nailed yourself.
So I don't need to have that dummy in my passenger seat no more.
No, you can throw them out.
I take it out now.
Yeah, or
Okay.
just do what you want at home with them. I don't know.
Oh.
Whatever you're into, Dom.
There's a shopping party.
It is funny that what people will do. I mean, I've seen people put bucket hats on their passenger seat so it looks like somebody's sitting. Oh, yeah. People do ridiculous
or
stuff.
even like fake masks almost, but they look like a real face.
Just to ride in the HOV lane.
That is crazy. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll come back with some fun facts and so much more. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Florida Turnpike and I-95 looking good along the Palm Beaches for the afternoon commute. We do have road work. This is PGA Boulevard West at Ellison-Wilson Road. We're slow. Left lane there is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, as a part of our Hollywood Goes to War series, we'll share why James Arness wasn't just a hero in Gunsmoke, but in Africa during World War II as well.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/easy to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/easy. That's leaffilter.com/easy.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Limbs from Air are the AC pros, keeping you cool when it matters most. Quality service on your plumbing too. Let Limbs from take great care of you. Yeah,
I love those guys.
They were right. It could have waited. I can't believe it happened to me. Reaching to check my phone. Now my family has to hear that I'm never coming home again.
Officer?
I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
Every day, 9 people on Florida roadways don't make it home. I was one of the people that didn't make it home.
Ride with Do Not Disturb. Every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
See things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Score $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at realradio921.com. That's credit. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Oh my God, a little tough. It's tough to run through the hall sometimes in Gucci slides. It is the Greek, it is Dominic, and it is Francis. And I hope you guys are having a good day. And we just had a big winner on 2 tickets to the Busch Gardens.
I thought you were going to say another grain in your hand winner. I was like, what?
No. We had Kevin, and hopefully we get one more. Management said if we get one more, we get a half a day off. So we're hoping for.
Really?
Look at Dom. He's like, yeah. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
And it is time for another batch of Facts of Fun.
It's Fanny's Fun Facts.
Alrighty, I like to base it around whatever today's holiday may be. And today is July 8th all day. It's Be a Kid Again Day.
Yay, every day you should be a kid. Like climb a tree, play spin the bottle.
Anything else? What else? Is that all kids do? Climb trees and play spin the bottle? Only great.
Maybe eat some cereal with a fork. Stuff like that.
It's National Freezer Pop Day, National Ice Cream Sundae Day.
Oh, nice.
Let's see what else we got. National Blueberry Day. And it's something that we're going to do some fun facts about today. It is National Video Game Day, so I have some quite interesting facts about video games. The highest grossing entertainment product ever. It's not a movie, and this is just entertainment product ever. It's not a movie. It is this one video game. Anybody want to guess?
I have two guesses.
Go ahead.
All right. One's going to be Fortnite, and the other's going to be Minecraft.
That's what I was going to say. Just from my stepson.
No?
Not according to this.
What do we got?
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Wow. I would think that. Damn it.
Said it made over just $1 billion in 3 days.
Wow.
They said faster than any film, album, or book in history.
My God. 3 days. Mingada. Who invented that?
GTA 6 will break that.
Yeah, and that was 5 specifically, as I mentioned. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Where am I? Here we go. Fun facts. Video game day. Video games can boost your brain. Studies have shown playing action games can improve decision-making speed by 25% without sacrificing your accuracy with it. They said games are basically brain ninjas is what they are. There's a video game character in the Guinness Book of Records. Mario holds multiple records, including most prolific video game character with over 200 appearances in video games. That's insane. There's a government-protected video game. They said Tetris was created in the Soviet Union in 1984, and for years, it was considered Soviet software property. Basically, Cold War puzzle warfare is what they called it. I was addicted. My mom, too. I think she still is. Like, I had a little Game Boy when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I could play Tetris all day. The longest gaming session ever. There's a gamer in Australia who played for over 135 hours straight.
Wow.
They said, yeah, of course, a little small breaks, pee, stuff like that, but yeah.
I was going to say, no breaks.
He went tinkle and stuff. And they said, and yes, Guinness was watching, so he holds the record. 135 hours. Jesus. A digital spaceship once sold for $6,000 in the MMORPG EVE Online. A rare in-game ship called the Gold Magnate fetched thousands of real dollars in a player-run auction. Pac-Man has a kill screen. At level 256, Pac-Man glitches out because the game wasn't programmed to go that far. It's literally unbeatable without cheating. Who the hell makes it to level 256 to find out? The average gamer is not a teenager, as some would think. What do you guys want to guess the average age today as a gamer?
Average age. It's not a teenager, 23 years old?
Nope.
Nope. I want to say probably more like 34, 35.
Man, right on it. 34 years old, Dom.
How old are you?
33.
There it is.
Yep, the average gamer, 34 years old.
Wow, how do you have time to play games? You should be working.
And listen to this. Some people make money doing it.
Well, that I can
And 45% of gamers are women.
Oh, that surprises me.
Yep. They said one game caused a lawsuit over voice acting. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas sparked drama when the actor who voiced CJ said he wasn't paid fairly, and it launched a trend in big-name celebrity voice roles. And then finally here, video games helped during COVID. The game Fold It, which I've never heard of, which let players fold proteins like a puzzle, helped scientists study virus structures, showing games can literally help save lives. Wow. Well, that's weird. And there you go for your fun facts on a National Video Game Day.
Great job, Francis. We do it every show, 12:05. Fun facts. Try to tie it into the day that is going on. And today's date is July 8th.
We got a couple texts. 47142 started off with Real Radio. Says, G asked if the Bahamian cock salad was expensive. Franny said, no, I could literally hear his interest leave the conversation. But he said conch salad or conch anything is not cheap. Conch is as expensive as lobster or stone crab. I've never had it that expensive. Stone crab is absolutely insanely expensive.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
And I said the Bahamas, it's not. And there's some places that, I don't know, stone crab to me is just another level.
Oh, yeah.
It says, Franny, pink conch shells are the home of queen conch on the south side of Phil Foster Park. Queen conch are prevalent, and it is illegal to take them out of the water. Snorkel under the bridge. You see fish like you do down in the Keys. It's amazing. Same thing, too. You can't take them. I know if anywhere around here, you go out to Peanut Island, you can find some conch shells. I don't know if it's the queen conch, but yes. Pick it up, put them back down. Do not take them with you. Let's see. One of the new laws passed in Florida include not being able to have someone stand in line for you at the DMV.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's interesting. So there's a side hustle that got bumped out. There's a side hustle in New York some girl started where when you park on certain streets, and obviously you pointed out to me in Fort Lauderdale, you have to move your car like every hour and a half. So she came up with this business where she's moving cars for people to the other side of the street. She gets paid for it, obviously. But parking in Manhattan or big cities is a pain in the ass. Just like in Fort Lauderdale. I mean, if you want to be close to Las Olas or whatever, I never knew that you can only park for an hour at a time. And I guess either I got away with it a few times or I wasn't there as long as I thought I was. But yeah, that's what she does. She moves people's cars from side to side, which is crazy. But again, if you really think about it, there are some ways that you can make money. Like you said earlier, I had a bunch of my friends text me, guys and girls who, watch people's homes when they go away and stuff like that. Most of them said, though, they do stay at the house for the week or, month or so.
Yeah, if it's a whole, my people are gone for almost 3 months. So
Yeah.
And I have a dog at home. So
Yeah, but you could bring your dog there.
I could.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of dogs, we can get a little dog talk. Do you think you look like your dog, Dom? I think a little bit.
I mean the color.
The beard?
I think a little bit. If you look, I think because they say your owners, you look like owners look like their pets. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes.
Black hair, black lab.
I think you kind of do. My girlfriend says that when I have my Pomeranian and when I have my golden, she says I look like my golden. So she always said, she was like, my Phoebe, she was like, you guys look the same. But you always hear it, and I think that some people just try to find the similarities and just look at you hard enough and like, yeah, you look like your dog.
I think G looks like a Maltese.
A Maltese.
The most fancy kind of dog you could have.
I try to see what kind of dog. I grew up with Malteses. I was like, I don't know if I would put Greek as a Maltese. I'm trying to think if I would put him, what I'd put him as. Maybe an Italian Greyhound. Those are the smaller ones.
Yeah.
Meow. They don't meow.
What?
That's what? It's a dog.
Maybe it's on something. A buddy of mine has his sister had German Shepherd puppies, and he was like, "You should think about getting a German Shepherd puppy."
No way.
And I was like,
they are adorable, but you should not have a dog. We've already talked about this.
I said, Franny says I shouldn't have a dog.
Especially German Shepherd puppy. Like they need to be exercised, lots of energy, big dogs. I can't see with that hair everywhere. You would lose your mind.
Yeah, he said they're very smart. You can make up for some of mine.
They are. They're adorable.
What day is it?
What'd you say now?
You should get a husky then, because they're like one of the smartest dogs.
Oh, but their energy is like, we don't need two Greeks. Their energy is like ding, 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 ding.
Oh, Andy Quinn has a husky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're beautiful.
Yeah, they don't stop.
They don't stop at all.
Yeah, those and like Australian Shepherds, super hyper dogs.
All right, German Shepherds.
Yeah, but poodles are. But you get like a mix.
I don't
like a. They have all kinds. You have small. If you want a small one, you get a cockapoo. You could get.
That sounds like Greek cockapoo.
You can get you get a doodle, the Goldens and the poodle, so they don't shed.
I'll stick with a goldfish.
But yeah, so do you think that you look like your dog? Do you believe it? Do people really look like their dogs? So they did a study to look into it, and many dog owners wonder whether they share similarities with their dogs, including characteristics like calm temperament, sociable personalities, even a bit stubborn. The idea that people and dogs resemble each other is not a joke. In fact, some researchers have actually explored this question. They said that they've been studying different aspects of human-animal bond and works clinically with people grieving the loss of a pet, understanding how meaningful these relationships really are. So understanding what is known so far by the similarities between people and dogs is pretty crucial. And they said it can reveal whether perception of similar physical and personality traits does play a role in the relationship you have with your dog. And so they do. They say similarities between people and their dogs aims to understand whether such perceptions are accurate. And they do. They've recent review synthesizes findings from 15 empirical studies that investigate these between dog-human pairs, both appearance, personality. And they did find that their guardians may have these parallel traits, such as level extroversion, anxiety, sociability, because I think your dogs feed off of your emotions too. So that's why they have similar traits. Dogs do feed off of you big time.
Do you think your dogs know when you were injured?
100%. I know when I was going through some cervical stuff a few years ago, and I had a procedure done. I went home and I had to lay down straight to bed. I was bedridden for a while. My golden Piper, the one that is older, she jumped on the bed, went right in between my legs and rested her head right where my cervix is. Isn't that crazy? And just laid there and looked at me.
Oh, that's
like
amazing.
she knew.
That had to make you feel
Oh my God. I was like, my heart melted. And I was just like, we don't deserve dogs.
Did your dog tell you that when you come home from work?
On your cervix?
Yeah,
You just
right
worked-
on my cervix.
You just worked with Greek. I feel so bad. Rough.
They
No,
do.
but I've been like injured with Say, and he'll like lick the spot, knowing like that's the spot where I'm hurting somehow. Like,
Really?
Mhm.
My dog, my newer one was doing that after I had surgery, and just because you got to be careful, especially when my wound, my scar was so fresh.
Yeah.
I don't want any bacteria in it and
Sure.
stuff, but she wanted to. She was all like in it, and I was just like, you can't. I know you're trying to be nice and you're trying to be loving, but because you've heard things where people have open wounds in their dog legs, and they had this one guy had to have his leg amputated.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, think about it. Our mouths can do it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they said there's even a correlation between body mass and the dog's the dog's weight too. They've noticed that too. That if you tend to be in shape, your dog tends to be in shape.
Oh, that's good.
They said people who may have a higher BMI, their dog may be a little bit overweight too.
I would think in shape, though, a lot of times, because you're active and take the dog out for runs and walks, so it would be more so. Somebody who's not, you're just sitting on the couch all day.
And I know somebody who has a dog, and they're just scraps. They eat, and then they give the dog eat, and they give their dog food, and that dog is a chunk.
Yeah. I think people do it just not even. I have a couple of friends with pets, and they do it, and I don't even think they realize it.
That's what it looks like. It looks like they don't. Like they're just so used to doing
It's
it.
like me throwing a remote, like, you don't realize it. I don't sit outside as much as I used to, because outside it was so easy. You know what I mean? You just take the remote and just fling it over the fence. I wanted to make it an Olympic sport.
You should have.
Yeah, I should have. I think the similarities with the dogs and people are definitely there.
And I love this. And then this was a newer study that do dogs call the shots in your house?
Definitely. Oh my God.
Do you think so?
Because I hear so many of my friends say to me, guys and men and women, like, my dog's so mad at me. Like I was, and I'm listening to them. And this one guy, I was doing this big deal with, and I'm not buying into it, but I have to be. I'm like, oh, yeah, I get it. He goes, yeah, I was away too long. He goes, I have to go home.
Oh, you got to buy into it. You can tell if they're pissed.
Yeah. He said, he goes, he was so mad, wouldn't come at me when I first came back, and was really angry. And I'm like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
But
they act out. They're like kids. They will. They'll act out. But yeah, there's a new report that the average dog owner makes 27 decisions per month based on their pet. They said the average dog owner supposedly cancels social plans 4 times a month because their dog can't go. And they typically cut plans short 6 times a month because they want to come home to their dogs. Dogs can also impact the owner's work routine, work location, especially if they have flexible schedules. It doesn't mean like if you're a surgeon, you can cancel a procedure because your dog looks lonely. You can't do that.
I got to walk my Cocker Spaniel today. I can't do anything between 2 and 4.
Yeah, but
Sorry, G, no Greek zone. Gotta go.
Yeah. They said the report also compared how dog ownership changes based on whether or not people have children. And not surprisingly, people without kids are more likely to spoil their dogs and can consider their dogs their children.
That I've heard many times. I know a couple people that's what their kids are. That's it. They'll send you pictures with them and the dog on the beach or hanging out or a video.
And they get mad. Listen, I call mine my kids. I know that. I didn't birth them. I'm very aware of that. But I know people who get so mad if you call them like your fur babies or they're my kids. They're like, they're not your kids. They're not real children. People get mad about it. But they said, yes.
Tell them to get a life. The dog gives you enjoyment. Whatever you want to do, it is, like we said earlier on the show, live for you. And you know what? The people around you can make happy. And if they're not happy, then screw them. That's it.
Screw them is right. But yeah, they also claim that they drop a lot of money, right? If you spoil their dogs. Because they consider them children. They said treats, toys, fun things, higher quality pet food, dog beds, dog furniture, personalized accessories, engraved tags, monogram blankets. I mean, it's
$billion
It's a crazy market.
I might start going around to houses in Palm Beach and just tell their dogs stories about me, Greek stories, and you're going to pay me.
Well, remember years ago when my mom was making dog furniture?
Yeah.
And she was killing it. She was making custom beds and couches and stuff. And that was before things got really, really crazy with it. And she had her own little wood shop in the garage, and she was making, and she got some really high-end clients from doing that, and they were paying a pretty penny.
Yeah, people will spend so much money on their pets. It's just unbelievable. And like I said, I think they're more attached to pets than some people in their family. I mean, they really are. I mean, you see people, God forbid, when they lose their dog or any animal, they're very, 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 they're down. When I owned my horse, I felt like I got a little bit too much, like I would go see my horse all the time, like 3 times a week, and just sit in the stall with the chair and hang out and just talk to him about games. I'd be like, what do you think it is? Like when he won that one day for us, oh my God, I was ecstatic because he was never supposed to win. I mean, we only had him for 3 races, then he died. I mean, he broke his leg and they had to, put it down. But I remember the race he won. We were in shock. Like, he was like, I don't know, 17, 18 to 1. Long shot down a Gulfstream. And I would talk to the jockey, and I know he didn't even understand me and also thought I was annoying.
Oh, guaranteed that.
Yeah, I was giving him tips. I'm like, here you go. And I would tell the guy,
no hablo English.
Yeah, no English. Mr. Greek.
Somebody said Greek should get a Greyhound. They sleep 23 hours a day. We have 3. We call them the fastest couch potatoes. They are the most loving, loyal breeds I've ever had, according to the text line.
They're a little big, though, Greyhounds. That's the only thing. I don't know. I don't know if I want to put them on my couch. We'll see. I'll think about it. It's a possibility. Maybe that, or maybe I'll buy a horse again. Make Dom the jockey. 877-927-6969. But keep the Bombay away from him. No drugs.
Oh. So the Bombay and that gin?
What?
That's the only thing I'd be worried about. Dom gets in a winner's circle. The horse is like looking at me like, what the hell's going on? You be smoking a joint as you'll be jockeying him down the track. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Babani is the actual term we were looking for. Mm-hmm. You can text us at Real Radio 47142. And again, I don't know if you heard, certain airports it's yes, certain airports it's not. You don't have to take off your shoes anymore. I know a lot of people, that was very annoying for a lot of people. They just didn't want to do it. It was such a pain in the ass. And the whole thing, but again, it's for our safety, which is the good thing that we have to remember. But you can get involved with us. You can call us or you could text us. Also, we have a chance for you to win $1,000. I did get a text. What is the key word this hour from Rover? Please.
The G word is credit.
Keyword, you're so funny. It is credit. All right, thank you. We appreciate that. Make it happen. We did have a winner last week, so people do win. Charlie Sheen's ex-wife is getting divorced again. Dennis Richards. Man, she's
Denise. She's not Dennis.
Yeah. But man, does she make a lot of money? $250,000 a month. And she supposedly is never like really provocative on OnlyFans. But man, $250,000.
Now, if I think I saw the story. The guy that she's getting divorced to runs the OnlyFans for her.
Yeah, and he wants money for her.
Yeah, well, he also claims that he hasn't made $1 in last year. So.
Yeah, and then her budget came out. She spends $20,000 a month on clothes, $20,000 a month on food, $25,000 a month on clothes. It's just crazy. But man, that's a ton of money for her. And her daughter was the one who started it.
Mm-hmm.
Her daughter was the one who first got involved, and remember, Charlie was not happy about it.
She looks so different now, too.
Oh, my God.
As young as she is, it's crazy how much plastic surgery these really young girls get, and then it just sometimes makes them look older than younger.
Oh, yeah.
But she looks like it from when she first started the OnlyFans, and we kind of knew who she was, because I didn't know who Charlie Sheen's and Denise Richards' daughter was, to now, night and day.
I met somebody about a couple weeks ago in Fort Lauderdale. It was a friend of mine who I knew very well, and his wife, and I met their daughter, and she's got to be 24, 25 years old. I haven't seen her in a couple years. Oh, I did not recognize her. Not that doesn't happen with me, because it does a lot, because I remember people, but I could tell she had work done. Totally different. It was actually around the parade, is where I saw her, and I was just like, I didn't want to say, did you have work? But you could tell.
No, you don't want to ask her that.
like, what the hell happened? But yeah, she looked good. But what Franny said, again, not something good. She looked a lot older to me.
Did you ask for her number afterwards, G-Man?
Absolutely not. No way. I would never do that. What kind of person do you think I think? You think I would date somebody's daughter? My God, Tom.
I mean, everyone's a daughter of someone.
Yeah, that's a good way to justify it. But if I know the person, I'm not going to do that. I have some scrutiny. I mean, come on. Now, if they came on to me, it's different. No, I wouldn't do that.
If the roles were flipped.
No way, I wouldn't do that, because you got to put yourself in that situation. You know what I mean? But yeah, but what Franny just said, some of these people but I didn't realize she made $250,000. She makes more money than she did acting. I mean, it's unbelievable, and that's a great career. A woman in Hollywood for years didn't get paid the same as men. I mean, that's a proven fact. It goes out there. Sharon Stone, she's talked about that for years. But yeah, $250,000. He wants alimony. He probably will get something. Yeah, the article did say that he didn't make anything. And then the lawyers get involved and they figure it out. But she's sitting pretty good. She might be in better shape right now than Charlie Sheen. Because Charlie lost a lot of his money with all the problems he ended up having. But he's still got his health, which is good because he was HIV positive a couple years ago. Yeah, but $250,000? I just can't believe it. I don't know how much the daughter makes. The daughter does well, too. But, again, I'm not a subscriber. I don't know. But
You're not?
Well, from what I heard, I wouldn't pay for that. But from what I've heard, she doesn't do, like, she's not, like, naked and doing crazy stuff. But God bless her. She's making $250 a month. Who wouldn't want that? Would you do that for $250 a month?
Damn straight.
That's right. Way to be there. Fran, I think you start a cooking channel. You probably make like $80,000, $100,000 a month. Just being there in an apron, hang out. This is what I'm cooking today. It's Franny's Pantry. And you probably crush it. We get sponsors in the background.
Still do this we.
G-Man, you're not involved.
I figured you'd throw me a bone. I mean, $8.
No, if I'm doing this, it's all on me.
At least we're honest.
Peace.
Nice luck.
So I wanted to bring this up, Dom, and I'm surprised that I wanted to bring it up earlier, and I'm sure you did see it. Did you see the dude who got 2 hole-in-ones? Did you see him?
No, I did not.
Okay, so 82-year guy, Delray Beach, made 2 hole-in-ones in the same round.
Wow, that's amazing.
His name is Marty Lerner. I saw this on our local news yesterday after work. And yeah, he achieved a rare feat. This happened Sunday at Park Ridge Golf Course.
Nice. Park Ridge.
Yep. So he turned his Sunday round of golf into a once-in-a-lifetime, or rather twice-in-a-lifetime outing, scoring 2 hole-in-ones during a single round. And like I mentioned, 82, made his first ace on hole 2 and estimated 115 yards, followed by a second on hole 9, approximately 127 yards. He said that the first hole-in-one was his very first in his lifetime. It took him 82 years, and then he got 2.
Wow.
God
Isn't that
bless him.
nuts?
That's so nice.
Yeah, he was like, oh my God, what are the odds? They're pretty...
What do you
They're
think
out there.
the percentage is, in your mind, of people who, when they play golf, are actually betting with the people they play with? Percentage.
A third.
Oh, that's what you would think?
There are people that don't bet. You'll be surprised. Some of these older folks that don't bet.
No, I know, but you're only saying 33%.
Mhm.
That's pretty impressive. I thought the number would be a lot higher.
And there's a lot of people that suck.
Well, yeah. My stepson has picked up golf, and he's doing very, very well. Shot like a 91 yesterday.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, he's only been doing it about a year, but he's starting to dabble into betting per hole. We had dinner last night. I said, that is not a good path to go down. I said, because, things escalate. And he thinks he's going to become a golf hustler. It's great to golf. I think it's a great sport, great for networking, all that. But I try to push him away from gambling in all aspects. But he did go to a casino up in Gainesville and won $2,300 playing poker. So not a good thing. But it's tough when somebody wins. You need that one time when you get your ass kicked really good. And then that'll stop. It's like a beating. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday.
You sound like you know from previous experience.
No, obviously, if I still bet, I never got my ass kicked or lost a ton of money, right? I mean, that makes sense. You got a brain up there. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Lance Bass, by the way, the spokesperson for gays.
If he's the spokesperson for gays, who's the spokesperson for lesbians?
It was Ellen Page, but man,
You
maybe
lost
I
her in
can
a trade.
Be up for that.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Palm Beach expressways are accident-free for the lunchtime commute, but we have plenty of roadwork slowing us down. PGA Boulevard at Ellis and Wilson Road, that left lane is blocked. We're slow Boynton Beach Boulevard East after 441. Right lane blocked there. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at GlassChamberFL.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at GlassChamberFL.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Coinster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index values in triple digits.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
They don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. Who would want to live in a neighborhood like that? 6-foot pigeons walking around?
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you.
Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Italian Greyhound. Those are the smaller ones.
Yeah.
They don't meow.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I'm glad you got enjoyment out of that, Dominic.
Meow.
Meow. It was a sound. I mean, most dogs bark. I'm sure there's some dogs out there that meow.
Nope.
You don't think so?
Probably not.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, you can't really, you don't really know that for 100%.
Think they go to the other side?
You go to the other side. That's not a good thing. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Remember, a keyword for you every hour for you to win $1,000. Who doesn't like that? Got a text message from one of my buddies who just hit a scratch off. And congratulations, my buddy. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you won. Sort of makes me feel like a loser, but that's fine. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, Alexander, if you're not familiar with him, he is the point guard for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and he helped them win the NBA title. Also, he was the MVP of the Western Conference playoffs and the MVP of the league, so he deserves a lot of money. But his one-year contract, he makes more money than the Miami Marlins' whole team salary. I mean, if you're on the Marlins, how does that make you feel? I mean, you got to be like, man, this guy's worth more than all of us. Different leagues, different sports. Obviously, it maintains the NBA makes a lot more money than baseball. But yeah, that was something that was floating around. Dominic sent that to me yesterday, pointed it out to me. But $70 million he makes. The Miami Marlins payroll is $67 million. Speaking of Marlins, they won last night. They beat Cincinnati, and they're having a good season as far as what the experts thought. And for the Marlins, it does look like they're going to go over their season win total. I think it was anywhere between 63 and 66, and I believe they have over 40 wins. The All-Star game is next week. I believe that's Tuesday. Home Run Derby is on Monday night, and that's always exciting. You could bet on that. So that's something. I mean, you think that's crazy to bet on Joey Chestnut? I don't think so. Home run derby?
Nah, I feel like Joey's a better guarantee than the home run derby.
It might be better. You thought he was going to go over. You bet on that, but I'm just saying, just as I don't think it's crazy betting on that. I think when people hear you bet on the Joey Chestnut, they look at you a little like, let's say preseason football. Like, you bet on preseason football? You bet on Joey. And it's not you're going to bet on anything. That's not the case. You're just betting on something where you got a shot. Like my buddy who texted me Sunday morning, Tour de France. I've never bet on that, but he did predict the winner. I wish I had it, but I didn't.
I mean, you want to bet on something that you have a shot on right now? You could bet $50 a free bet on table tennis. You want to bet on table tennis, G-Man? $50. You just have to you get the bet back if you lose.
And who are the two people?
Oh, it doesn't matter. You just pick out of all the matches.
So there's got to be two people. Give me two names. So
I don't have it up right now. I mean,
all right. Well, if you're going to bring something up, be prepared.
I don't know table tennis people that like that.
Well, it's got to have the names right in front of you. I mean, if it's Jack or Jill, let's go with Jill. I mean, let's go for $50, and if we get the money back, we'll take a shot.
See?
They're really trying to promote that. My God. Great job. And if you're betting, make sure you're always betting with the Hard Rack app or down at the casino, Seminole Casino, Coconut Creek, or to Qatar. Or if you want to go way up north, go to Tampa. And that'll happen. Miami Dolphins had some problems with Ramsey. That's why he's not there anymore. Also, next week, rookies report to camp July 15th. But Ramsey had a lot of problems with the Dolphin organization and the front office. Stories came out yesterday that had major problems with the head coach and the GM. He's gone, and he's in Pittsburgh now. Dolphins made a trade, but it wasn't a good trade. And Ramsey came out with a raise, too, which I don't like to reward bad behavior, even though we do it a lot in society, but not a good situation there. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. You can get involved a couple of ways. You can text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can call us 877-927-6969. Anything you want, but TSA just made an announcement yesterday. It was quietly, not all airports, but you do not have to take off your shoes now. Okay.
G-Man, I have a talk back for you.
Okay, buddy.
Yo, G-Man, I've been hearing you talk about salmon a lot lately, all right? Carmine's, PGA, and Prosperity, right? Every day they have a special, dinner for two. You can get a regular meat or you can get a seafood, dinner for two, right? The special normally from the seafood is some kind of salmon. You can get 2 pieces salmon and 2 sides for $14, G. That's 2 dinners, $7 a piece. Can't beat that. And guess what else? Large cheese pizza, $10 a piece.
Where's that, Carmine's?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said, yeah.
Not going to go to Carmine's, Jeremy, because I'm with Joseph's. So it's a little bit crossing the line. But you can go and pick it up for me. but I'm loyal to my sponsors. You know what I mean?
Is he talking about the market, or is it the market?
I think that's
okay. I didn't know, because there's also the restaurant too.
Yeah. So I mean, very nice, and but I don't go against the organization. I don't go against people who sponsor me. So for me, Joseph's is good. Carmine's is good, but I like Joseph's. Just like New York Prime. I mean, that's where I'm at. I'll be there tonight. Special dinner's happening there tonight around 5 o'clock. I have to show up. So
what's his special occasion?
Some things are going on. Some announcements might be made with our partnership with New York Prime. So we're having a meeting tonight to extend it and to another level.
You and Nick Wood's going to hang out?
Never know. We might even bring Frances involved because they're a big fan of hers. So we'll see. See what happens. We're working on some things. But yeah, I just feel weird like if I go to another steak restaurant.
So how come I don't get to go to the meeting?
I didn't think you would come down, to be honest with you. But
listen, if it's about a client and a meeting and it's at New York Prime, I just was invited.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll remember.
He's going to rearrange all his meetings now at New York Prime.
There's a meeting at New York Prime. Want to come? You can bring your dogs. Hang out. Whatever you want. I want to make it easy. We'll get you a car service. Freddie just said if we make your anniversary, we will get you guys a car service. And I had a buddy of mine who does it. He goes, I'll drive him down. I said, let's not encourage this. But yeah, you guys get involved. Thanks for the call back. And but if he wants to pick it up, I can. I just feel bad going there. That's all. I'm just like that.
Do you do that with gas stations? Do you have a gas station that you like a certain one?
Not really. I mean, I bang around where I live usually. But my dry cleaners, my car wash, I won't go to any other car wash but the Green Turtle. No way. I just don't. I'm loyal.
It's you.
I don't think that we give enough respect to loyalty anymore in a lot of ways. I think that's out the window. And a special shout out right now. I just got a text message. My buddy is visiting my mom today, so she's listening to the show right now. So, Jules, how are you?
Oh, hi, Jules.
And I want to just say hi.
That was nice.
Yes.
Hi, Jules.
Hope you're listening.
Is this the one that went by there the other day, too?
Yeah, he went back.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Very
Seems
nice.
like it.
Yeah, very nice guy. You can't find nice people like this. This guy's a saint. He really is. I think he was sent from heaven to come into my life.
Oh.
So nice in what he does. You can't get people to give you a ride to the airport. This guy's driving 45 minutes to go see my mom, who he never really met. And it says something about how his parents raised him.
It does.
And what a great person he is. So thanks, Jules. I got to get back to work because my boss just walked by and shook his head. Great, you're done.
Oh, that's so cool.
What boss? People always say, who's the boss? And we know it's Francis at the end of the day. I mean, come on. Dom's on the
Nobody
board.
believes that. You know that, right? Everybody knows Greek's the boss.
Oh, no
Everybody.
way. No way. We work for Franny. Franny tells me to do something. I salute. I go, yes. And I got it done. One of our big bosses said to me a couple of weeks ago, he asked me to do something. He goes, I bet you if she asked you, you would do it. I said, yeah, probably.
So speaking of work, it looks like companies are now trying to kill off the idea of work-life balance. Of course they are.
Yeah.
So there's a new trend of companies posting job listings that specifically say they do not offer any work-life balance.
Really?
And only have a ton of work to be done. Right. Remember when companies were trying to cater to the idea? And this is one of those more recent things that's going along because burnout, it's real.
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, that didn't last very long.
You will never have that, Dom. You're good.
Work life or burnout?
Burnout. At 25%. I mean, you're in good shape. Don't ever worry about that with burnout.
So yeah, according to the Wall Street
mic
Journal,
on?
there's a surge of job listings that specifically say do not offer any balance and only have a ton of work to be done. So the postings may say they're looking for someone who can keep up with the unrelenting pace, or they want someone who's eager to be in the office as much as possible. They also may stress long hours, competitive business environment, and the importance of hustle. One healthcare company ad even says, quote, if you're looking for work-life balance, this isn't it.
Well, I'm
so they're
surprised they
very
put that.
blunt. They're very blunt about it. Well, I guess you kind of have to because you don't want somebody to go in there and be like, Jesus, this is a lot of work. I didn't realize I was going to be here. So at least they're not sugarcoating it. They're letting you know what you're going to get yourself into. And there are some people who are workaholics who like to be at work all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I am not one of them. But they do say that, so basically they're rating.
Whoa. What was that nod towards me, G-Man?
That's the whole 25%.
Yeah.
You're never going to be cool workaholic. I mean, I think we've had an influence on you in a lot of positive things. Gambling.
But yeah, they're rating on in flexible schedules, remote works, and perks are openly warning of applicants to get ready for the grind, and they're testing the limits of what they can ask of their employees, knowing how hungry people are to work. So the pendulum has swung, and companies are what they're claiming once in control again. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but yeah, for now, things like this are mostly popping up in postings for startups, tech companies, and other what they call white-collar positions.
Now, I wonder if these jobs, what is considered to be a full-time week? Is it still 40 hours or is it 50? You know what I mean? That would be something I would ask. When is overtime offered? Do you get paid for overtime? Because some of these companies could be like, hey, a full-time week for us is 50 hours, which traditionally it's always been 40, and anything over 40 you get paid time and a half. So I wonder about that, if that would be something considered. Because 40 hours is 40 hours. I mean, you can give me a ton of work. I'm only working 40 hours. You know what I mean? But if they said to you, hey, you have to work 50, that's a big difference in your mind, and you're not getting paid extra. Because that would mean something to me. Would it mean something to you? Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody's got different, thoughts or whatever. But I mean, they're really talking about like making it super negative, about like, hey, we really don't want you. And I guess you're not working from home or 4 days a week.
No.
You raise your hand. You're like, hey, that 4 days a week thing, is that happening here anytime soon? No. How about working from home? There are still a lot of people who work from home. We have people at our company who work from home. I'm not the CEO of iHeart. If I was, I would nix that immediately. But everybody's different. And I guess if you want to work from home, it's good. I still will never believe you do the same amount of work you do that you do home that you do at work. You just don't. There's just too many distractions, especially if you have kids and pets. and like to play golf. Some of my friends got so much better at golf during COVID because they played every day in their backyards. Putting. What is the toughest aspect, would you say, of golf? Would it be putting or other areas?
Within 100 yards.
You think it's the hardest thing?
Mm-hmm.
So would you consider yourself a good putter?
Yeah. I would consider myself a pretty good putter.
Do you practice a lot with that?
Yeah. I try to, but lately I've been not that much. But I'm gonna go today and practice.
And so you just go sometimes and knock out maybe 100 balls?
Yeah. I mean, at the range, you just go and pay for 50 balls, and you just hit them out. And then I also have some balls I'll just go hit some putts with.
Oh, that's cool. What is your longest putt you ever hit? Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh, it's gonna be almost 100 feet at least.
You hit a putt 100 feet?
Yeah, it was crazy. Wow. It was for a birdie too.
That's amazing. Wow, I got to give you a golf clap for that. Do you have any money on it?
No.
Damn it. 100 feet. I got to go golfing with you sometimes. Maybe we can hustle some people. If you want to play Dominic for golf, let us know. We got a couple of golfers out there.
Oh, no, this was crazy distance. It was lucky. It was lucky.
Of course it's lucky. I mean, that's part of life. If you hit a 100-foot putt, I don't think you could do it again. That is, have you ever hit a hole-in-one? I think we asked you, right? No?
Nope.
Oh, how about Franny, that story? The guy's 82 years old, and he hit a hole-in-one twice.
Twice. You know what is it? I saw the stat here. The guy who did that, 82. I just saw it on WPTV because I think it was 67 million to 1.
To do it twice?
Yeah.
Wow. It's like
in the same round? Yeah.
It's like Powerball. Oof. I hope he beat his opponent that day.
I mean, there are pros, and they'll say, "Oh, I lost count." It's just like, what? You lost count? How many hole-in-ones you have?
You know what? I haven't heard that much. I've heard a lot of guys speak about it, maybe 15, 10 in their career. But again, it's a different level when you're playing on the tour and the pressure and the millions of people, watching you.
And you're playing every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah, you're playing every day. But I'm sure there's so much more pressure when you're, you know what I mean? It's got to be. The people in the audience right there.
Well, there is a national hole-in-one registry. So he was able to add his name to the national hole-in-one registry. And according to the registry, the odds of making 2 hole-in-ones in the same round are about 67 million to 1.
That's amazing. It really is. Hats off to the guy. I'm glad they even talked about it on news. Hope the place bought him maybe I don't know, cheeseburger or something like that.
No, he probably had to buy drinks.
Yeah, that's what they say. I think he said he took his buddies out for lunch afterwards because when you make a hole-in-one, isn't that weird? You did something amazing, but then you have to buy them drinks or lunch.
Sounds like you then. Sounds like iHeart with me. I bring them the money and I got to take them out to dinner. 877-927-6969. Hole-in-one. If you got a good story, let us know. And that's one thing. A guy or a woman will never forget if they got a hole-in-one. I've heard so many guys tell stories about it and really get into it, especially at strikes and places and restaurants. It was one of those days. It was a little windy, rainy. I got up there.
Wasn't playing too good.
Yeah. It was the 9th hole, and man, it was just the greatest feeling. They describe it like they were having a child.
We right up to the hole, took my shirt off, jumped in the water.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yep. So the claim is the odds of making a single hole-in-one are estimated at 12,500 to 1. And then it jumps to that 67 million to 1 for repeating the feat.
Have you ever gotten close?
Closest would probably be 6 feet for me on a par 3.
And how? What's the distance?
It was 120 yards, so it was close to what he did.
That's close.
6 feet.
Yeah, you got a shot. I bet you'll do one in your lifetime. Unless you get whacked tonight.
I mean, there are people that you ever see. There's streamers actually that do it. They'll stay on until they get a hole-in-one. They'll do 55 hours straight. One of them recently did it. It was the Nelk Boys.
Yeah.
And they have they did a straight 24 hours. They camped on the site of the golf place, and it took them, I think, 55 hours to get it. And they had multiple guys hitting balls all night long.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow, that's amazing. I know there's some gamblers out in Vegas that used to bet, and they still do, to get done in a certain amount of time, all 18 holes. That's amazing. I've seen that online, and that was in a couple books in Vegas that I read about, odd bets, the ones we talked about where guys, sleep in bathrooms. Franny brought up the one the guy who got breast. But that and finishing the course in a record time, all 18 holes. But I mean, you just have to bang them out. It's not that probably. What do you think it takes? An hour?
I think one of the guys did it in an hour and a half. It was 90 minutes on a pro level.
Yeah, so that's pretty. 90 minutes, and it usually takes 3 hours?
On a private course, yeah.
3 hours.
If you go to a public course, 4.5, 5 hours.
How about on Jordan's course?
Yeah, like an hour and a half.
I wonder on Jordan's course how many guys play per day. Probably not a lot.
Probably a handful.
Yeah, he probably, obviously, he's out there every day when he's home.
It's his buddies. That's who it is. It's not like there's people really probably signing up for that one. I don't even think it's his buddies. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
There's no membership there?
I don't think the newest one that he built, I don't think there's even a membership, really.
Wow, that's amazing. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying yourself. You had the opportunity at 11:45 to win tickets to Busch Gardens. We'll be doing that all week. On Thursdays and Fridays, if you've been listening to Penthouse, you know the routine. We double up on prizes. We give you a chance to win a gift card to Burton Max's or Deck 84, Miller's Ale House, or New York Prime. So you get that opportunity. But you also get an opportunity to win $1,000 with a keyword. We did have a winner last week. Kevin won $1,000. So if you get that keyword, take it and make it happen because you can win $1,000. Who doesn't want $1,000? Maybe Dom because he won Joey Chestnut. Did you tell everybody about that you won Joey Chestnut?
A little bit.
People were asking me, like, how did he win? How did he win? I said, Hard Rock paid it out. I made a couple of calls to people at Hard Rock that I know at the sports book. I haven't got response yet to why, how did it win?
I even tried Googling, to see if there's an article on why it was paid out or anything like that. If any other, DraftKings or anyone else paid out at that. Couldn't find anything.
I just wonder, have they, when you talk to the people at Hard Rock, have they been inundated? Have people been bitching? Maybe who took the under?
Yeah, because, again, every article you read or they talk about it, they said 70 and a half.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 70 and a half. So, like Franny said, if you had the under, you got screwed too.
Oh, yeah.
The winners, you know what I mean? I'm starting to think there was more winners, people betting on him over, less people on him betting over than under. I think more people bet the under. Because they were talking, I was talking to a buddy of mine in Vegas the day of the event, and the phone goes, the wise guy plays the under on Joey Chestnut. I'm like, really? And they said, yeah. I said, I like the over. He goes, you're going to lose, Greg. I was like, okay. But again, it was 70 and a half, so we'll never know. Mm-hmm. Especially if you don't get anything that comes out about it, with what ended up happening. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. You guys have a good afternoon and enjoy, but we'll be back for another hour of the Penthouse. Franny's going to come back with another batch of Florida stories, which are always interesting and intriguing. Wimbledon going on as we speak. Peace.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving.
Hey, it's Rover. Summer is here and it's already getting expensive. Summer trips, $1,000 in your hand will help with that. Prepping for hurricane season, $1,000 in the hand will help with that too. Concert tickets, theme park tickets, you bet. $1,000 in your hand certainly will help with all of it. Real Radio has your shot to score $1,000 13 times every weekday. Listen for the keywords and enter at realradio921.com. Let us put $1,000 in your hand on Real Radio. Sponsored by Steiger, Green & Finer.
As one of the largest personal injury law firms in Florida, we know that insurance companies are looking to pay you the least amount they can. If you've been injured in a car accident, well, Steiger, Green & Finer will fight hard to get what you really deserve. Offices, West Palm Beach.
Car accident? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Major road work, D-Line Highway North, right before Blue Heron Boulevard. We have a right lane blocked. And we're slow 441 south of Boynton Beach Boulevard. Left turn lane is blocked there. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association Outlaw
Nitros
is back.
5 events, 4 locations, 1 explosive season.
Funny cars, promos.
You are in the stands.
Get your tickets now at IHRA.com. It's IHRA.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year.
I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/easy to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/easy. That's leaffilter.com/easy.
If you pay attention to the latest medical advances, you've heard about the exciting developments in stem cell treatments. But where do you go? Bespoke Biologics is a pioneer in this exciting field of medicine. The medical professionals at Bespoke Biologics have over 15 years experience and speak with people every day about boosting their immune system, fighting the aging process, and new ways of avoiding disease. If you're ready to explore the potential to improve your quality of life, learn more now at BespokeStemCell.com. Stem cells are some of the most powerful cells in the body, and researchers are moving at warp speed and harnessing their power to help people combat a wide range of health issues. The first step is education, and the latest, most amazing discoveries are now at your fingertips at BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. Go to BespokeStemCell.com now to learn more about these medical breakthroughs and schedule your introductory call today. BespokeStemCell.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index values in the triple digits.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The new Dell AI PC with Intel Core Ultra helps you fast forward through busy work like editing images, summarizing meeting notes, and responding to Jim's long emails, leaving more time for you time. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at realradio921.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
It's about 10 inches. It's so big.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
We established that today in the Penthouse that 10 inches is big. So if you have any doubt or any rebuttal, give us a call. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Dominic's in the house, but he's answering phone. He sent me an interesting video that we will get to after we get with Franny for a batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, it looks like a 4th of July ended it with a visit. This is at somebody's house with a visit from the SWAT team. His wife said he had a short fuse after a neighborhood fireworks show ended with more bang than anyone bargained for. What started as neighborhood fireworks ended with a SWAT response when an angry neighbor reportedly confronted a family with a BB rifle in Jupiter. Jupiter Police Department said on July 5th around midnight, officers responded to a report of aggravated assault. The caller stated that while setting off fireworks with his young son, a man approached holding what appeared to be a rifle and pointed at them while yelling about this damn noise. The victim said that he was shocked a person would pull a gun on him while he was with his son. He said he has lived in the neighborhood for about 3 years and he never came across the armed man who he now knows lives about a block away from him. The suspect, later identified as David Joseph Norco, 87-year-old man, lived nearby. Surveillance footage from Ring camera shows Norco approaching the group. The victims include a 5-year-old child, 22-year-old man, a 41-year-old man, a 24-year-old man, and a 37, with what appeared to be a long gun, yelling and then retreating to a neighboring residence. Investigators attempted to contact anyone inside the residence where the suspect was last seen, but received no response. Well, guess what? That's when you call the SWAT team and the crisis negotiation team. They were deployed because the guy didn't come out of the house. JPD asked people to avoid the area around 7 a.m. So this nonsense is going on for 7-8 hours. An advisory that remained in effect for the rest of the morning and into early afternoon. After obtaining a search warrant, officers entered the home but found no one inside and were not able to recover the weapon. Said another neighbor identified him because they showed him the video. They're like, yeah, that's that Norco dude. They located him at his home. After initially denying involvement, he later admitted to retrieving a rifle and confronting the group to get their attention, he says. He was like, I didn't aim it at them or I didn't make any threats. Hey, guess what? When you show up with a rifle, even if it's just a BB gun, that's pretty much a threat on its own.
Yeah,
you don't have to say anything. Yeah, so there was enough witnesses, sworn statements, even video. So yeah, the guy did get arrested. Man, at 87 years old, just be peaceful.
Yeah.
Not much longer. You want to spend it in jail, dude?
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's
Sounds like
not.
he's got some anger issues.
A little bit, yes. A little bit of anger issues. Next up in your What the Florida, we have a dude shirtless. Oh, speaking of golf, wielding a golf club. And this happened in Royal Palm Beach after fireworks display ended in chaos. Another one. So many. See that now the stories are coming out.
Oh,
We're like,
yeah.
where are the stories?
Yeah, when it first
no
happened.
fingers blown off yet, though.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything. Probably maybe because it was the weekend.
Yeah, they
And
just got to
then-
give some time. They
Yeah.
booked him. They let him out, all this stuff. But yeah, Royal Palm Beach fireworks display ended in chaos after a shirtless man stormed his neighbors with a golf club. Oh, yeah, better than a gun. And threatened to shoot his family. Just after midnight, man, things escalate over fireworks.
I was going to say, the family too, you drove there?
Yeah, deputies of Palm Beach County sheriffs were called. And upon arrival, the victim told deputies he and his child were setting off fireworks when the shirtless man started yelling at him. The victim stated the man threatened to get a gun so he could shoot them and sick his dog on them before allegedly leaving to go retrieve his gun. Another neighbor told deputies the shirtless man, identified as Stephen Patterson, was also yelling at him to stop setting off fireworks. Neighbors told deputies he responded that if Patterson had a problem, he could call the police. Instead of calling the police, Patterson allegedly returned with the golf club. Witnesses told police he was holding the golf club in two hands, high gripped right shoulder like a baseball bat, saying, "I'm going to F you up." The neighbors said this time he returned with a woman who was not arrested but joined him in the fury, kicking their fireworks, yelling profanities, racial slurs, all kinds of stuff. At that point, the neighbor said he went to his home out of fear because he figured this dude was going to hurt him and his family.
You think?
They were able to call the cops. Cops showed up, and he was booked into the Palm Beach County Jail. Yeah. And now for the crazy.
Have fun in gun club.
Right?
People go nuts.
Key West police say a man told officers, "Today is my birthday," after being told he was under arrest. They don't care. The reason why he was under arrest is because he stole the Contour train on the 4th of July. According to the report,
Choo-choo.
July 4th, indeed, was Jonathan Patrick Winslow's birthday. Happy birthday, Jonathan. It was his 57th.
Aw.
Yeah, right? Well, what he got for a birthday gift is now he's facing 3 criminal charges. And this is after he took one of the famous vehicles in Key West, that Contour train. They went over to Contour Train Depot. It was around 11:30 in the morning. And they received a report that it was stolen. One of them was. So they had it GPS, was able to track it, and it was downtown Key West. They said that Winslow left his Kia behind at the depot, still running, with rock music just blaring from the radio. They said the door was open, everything. It's
Was
like
that stolen too?
No, right? They said he just jumped out, just went in. Police said an employee told officers that he had come into the depot, claimed he used to work for the company, and asked, "Hey, can I have a tour of the train?" They said that when he got into the vehicle, they said he just drove off, leaving the employees so confused. Like, what the heck just happened?
See you later.
They said, thinking that maybe he had permission to take the train, when he in fact did not. So another employee was able to retrieve the stolen conch train near Duval Street. Authorities say Winslow had even picked up 2 random passengers while he was driving the vehicle. He's like, "Hey, we're going on a tour?" As he just driving down. They found him at the southernmost point buoy. Police said he exhibited rapid speech and appeared excited. And when being told he was facing charges, claiming, "Hey, I just borrowed it," saying he used to work for the company and today was his birthday. Listen, they don't care if it's your birthday or not. And they especially don't take too kindly when you have a pipe on you. That's what he did. He had a pipe in his pocket. He claimed it was a weed pipe. It was not a weed pipe. Instead, it was a meth pipe. So now he's facing burglary, grand theft auto, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And that is You're What, the Florida.
After so many stories that Franny tells every day, you don't want to go out. You're like, there's too many people about.
Could you imagine hopping on that train thinking it's okay? He's
This is
a
your tour
conductor.
guide?
Yeah, he's a conductor. He's like, "Hey, you want to come on tour?" Sure, why not? And the guy's all cracked out on meth.
Oh, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Some of the stories you hear, violence. And Dom just showed me a video. I've heard about this many times. Again, I am not a golfer in any shape or form. I would think sometimes people betting adds to it. It seems like, I'll bring up stories like that all the time because that's what I hear.
Just now?
It's happening on a golf course. One guy going against a whole group of other golfers, and this one guy takes on this whole group. And this whole group was just not happy because they were taking up way too much time, and the one guy was just telling them to speed up, and they just went at this one. They just went at him, the whole group.
So explain to us for speed up if you're not a golfer, because I've heard so many times this causes so much tension. And what is the tension? Just like somebody at a light who's not taking off quick enough?
Yeah, if you're just waiting for someone to go, I would just say you hit your driver and you're waiting to go to the green. Someone's on the green putting. You have to wait so you don't hit your ball into them. And sometimes you could be waiting 5 minutes. Sometimes it could be even longer. And it adds up over time. 5 minutes every hole, that could be an extra
Now, the guy
hour
in
and
the
a half.
video who was knocking people out, he was a big boy.
Yeah.
I mean, he took 3 of them down.
And he was not the aggressor. The other guys were the aggressor, and he was just defending himself.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, that's why you got to be careful sometimes you open your mouth. Because that guy was laying people out.
Laying them out.
Laying 3 of them. I mean,
he knocked one guy into the water.
Yeah.
Into the water, yeah.
And, I mean, I heard in the video the one guy say, hey, man, it's all on film. It's all on film. Now, I don't know what happens with this, with assault, and who gets in trouble. And
Like they can come back and arrest the dude.
Yeah, like I don't know, obviously you don't know what's going on with the laws or what's going to happen, but videos obviously, because before it's just people's word. You know what I mean? If you didn't have a camera, well, how did you know? But in case
it's people's word, but witnesses. I mean, they look to see if whatever your story, like let's say, if you have any lacerations or bruising or stuff like that. I mean, there's ways.
Yeah, but I'm saying you could just say like, hey, I'm defending myself or something like that, maybe. But in this case, I mean, he laid those guys out, and that one kid got crushed. And but that guy was big.
Big, but they went at him. He was defending himself. He was just trying to tell the boys that, hey, hurry up, you guys are taking a little while, and they have park rangers to do that too, but sometimes hey guys, hurry up a little bit. You're taking your time. There's even little.
Isn't the other way around?
No, and then the kids were not happy, and of course they were drunk and all that.
Yeah, well, that's part of the problem too. The drinking. I mean, I know they have to make money on the courses, but I'm sure there'd be a lot less headaches if people were not drinking.
I feel like there's this kind of stigma that the golf course is somewhere where you could go just to do whatever you want
and be nuts.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's not the type of golf course. Is not that place.
Well, golf is not that sport. They want to be able to appeal to different, obviously demographics, and they want golf to become more mainstream, and that's where they feel they can get it from. People playing loud music, people drinking, people betting. I mean, all the things that bring out the worst sometimes in people. I mean, the competition thing too, and it's not easy to lose. I mean, show me a guy who wants to lose in anything. I don't care what it is, and golf is obviously not a good thing. And then you add drinking, and then you add money. That's a recipe for a disaster. Do they ever have signs up at golf courses and no betting?
Not that I've seen, really.
Okay. I'm surprised they don't have, like, no gambling.
I think they actually do, but it's more like the hidden kind of stuff. It's not like just
in the trees.
It's not just out there.
877-927-6969. Talked a little bit today about the new policy at airports where you don't have to take off your shoes. But also, if you have any golf stories, give us a call. And we'd love to hear about it. Yes, Tom.
I just want to let our listeners know that there was an incident at the northbound on Turnpike at the Southern Boulevard exit.
Okay.
I guess there was a high-speed chase and it ended right there. So northbound at Southern is closed on the Turnpike right now.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pay attention. If you're on that area, listen. I'm sure they'll open it up a little while when they get done investigating and everything like that.
Yeah, we just had a caller call and said there was a big high-speed chase and there was a helicopter following and everything.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be around that. No, there's no way. That's a little scary when you see something like that. That's something that you used to see on the show Cops.
Yeah.
Or news sometimes you see like that. Just like when you would see I don't know if it passed yet. Did we get to it yet? When the kids would take over to Miami with the
I
motorcycle?
think it happened this year.
Did it really?
The takeovers?
Yeah, with the motorcycles.
It's like something at Wheels Up.
Yeah. I don't know if it already passed. Maybe it did. I always thought it was when it was a little bit warmer down here, but they would like destroy Miami. I mean, just take over the Causeway, everything. These kids and just take off hundreds of them. I didn't notice it this year. Maybe we missed it, or maybe they stopped it completely.
Wheels up, guns down is what they call it, but then they do. It just causes so much chaos.
Did it pass already, or did it not come up?
I don't know. I think it happens in January.
Oh, okay.
I do.
All right. Well, not a good thing, by the way, that people do. And again, the golf course situation, the viral thing, that I was shocked. I thought it was the other way around.
So I found a little bit more information. I don't know if this is accurate. I hope it is. It's from the sportsrush.com about MJ's golf course.
Yeah.
And it is the Grove 23, right?
Yes.
So the claim is that the club costs $250,000, but that's just membership, right? Initial membership, and then you have to pay $20,000 per month in dues.
MJ, that's a shake. There's another $250.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
But
It's a month, 20,000.
$20,000 per month in dues. Yeah.
Plus $250.
Plus $250 club cost, initial club cost, membership.
Because I think
to
the
get
place I'm going to today is $60,000 a year in dues,
Yeah.
and that's
Oh,
it's a lot.
Some of the golf courses in Boca, 100,000, 125.
But they call it, right? They said, like, Keegan Bradley did an interview a while ago, but they've nicknamed it because it's basically MJ's home turf. So they've named it the Slaughterhouse 23. They said because he is dominant at the Grove, winning every time. They said it's as though his swing is always on point there, leading to this incredible winning streak on the course. Some even suggest that the course was built to maximize his chances of winning.
I can tell you, he built it so that his driver lands in the right spot. But when he plays against pros, because they'll hit it just a little bit further, that spot where the pros are landing, it's usually either water or bunkers.
That's
So
crazy.
he made it perfectly for his game.
Yep.
Good for MJ.
And they said, but like the amount of money you spend when they have tournaments, they said it's so cheap. So
Cheap?
like what they win, considering what purses are in golf.
Okay.
Keegan Bradley was talking about this, and he said basically that golf is a sport that does require a lot of money. We know that the average golf purse for most tournaments is around 20 mil, right? But put that aside, the cost of learning the sport and equipping yourself for the same is pretty high. But when you're playing at his course, that's not the case. Keegan Bradley revealed that he played in one particular tournament, and the grand prize was a $4,000 bottle of Saguaro Extra Añejo tequila.
He probably got that.
That's his tequila.
Yeah, that's Michael's.
It's
There you go.
the extra Añejo, $4,000,
He's
which
always
is
in an autograph.
significantly lower compared to the $20 million purse. So, yeah,
Well, you're not playing a real tournament there. You're playing a course tournament.
Yeah,
where,
and that's what he said. Whatever. I guess Keegan won the bottle, and after he teamed up with Jordan in the most recent tournament. But they said, listen, I mean, you're just basically there to get to play with him and have a good time. They're not there knowing that they're going to win a major golf tournament.
And dropping names.
And even if you could afford the $250 admission fee and all the other fees, it's still up to Jordan's discretion, I bet.
Yeah.
You're not just getting in, you know?
Oh, sure. When there's going to be a new member, he's got to prove everything. Yeah, there's no doubt that I would not think that. We used to have a listener who used to text me once in a while who worked there during COVID and before, and he had nothing but rave reviews to say about Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And they all got paid during COVID. He was a very nice guy. Again, Jordan's extremely private. It's rare that you ever see him in public. Like, I saw him one night at Rocco's Tacos at PGA.
Do you think he has Isaiah Thomas as a member there?
No, they supposedly hate each other for years.
I got to say when I worked at Dirty Martini, him and his wife came out a few times.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very, very private person. And that's been his MO for years. And that's why, you know what, there's not a lot of static with him. And a lot of guys are like that. That's why I'm surprised a little, but it's just the way it's taken over because he's single. Like Franny said, that Jeter wasn't like that or him, and I put them in the same league as far as, how big they were in their sport. But Brady he's out there.
But it is invite only.
Oh, yeah.
Fewer than 100 members. So yeah, you have to get an invitation, and they feature state-of-the-art 18-hole golf course, a massive, I think it's 15,000 square foot clubhouse. They even have drones that deliver your drinks, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
You should pull up there this afternoon. Mike invited me. I think I got a 4:00 tee time. Check your list. So, I just want to go to golf shop. I saw a couple of bags that were just brutal.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, just really, really nice. But yeah, God bless him. He did it, and it's for him. I mean, and when you have that kind of money, which is beyond FU money, you could build a golf course just for yourself.
I don't know if this is accurate, but I'll send it to you. This is from 2021. They have a member lineup over there at Grove 23.
Okay.
A lot of these names I don't know, so I'll send it to Dom. I'm guessing a lot of athletes, a lot of professional golfers too, but there's some names I'm not familiar with, a lot. But I'm looking right now, and this list in particular, I think has 61 people on it.
Okay.
So it's not a huge list.
There was a video, like Dom said yesterday, I think last week, and I don't know what course it was on, but it was Jordan and Lawrence Taylor. So I don't know.
I believe it was there.
Was it at Michael Jordan's place?
But like Wayne Gretzky, he's a member.
Oh, I don't.
You can go there.
Yeah.
Ricky Fowler. I guess probably all the main pro golfers. Justin Verlander. Another
How about
name.
his wife?
Ken Griffey Jr.'s on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. John Elway's on there. Yeah, there's a bunch.
Now, if you're playing there, I don't think you should be asking those guys for autographs.
Probably not.
You're probably behind them. You're like, hey, wait, can you sign this? Wasn't one of the Paul brothers, somebody was telling me this, he bought Wayne Gretzky's hockey stick years ago for like $80,000. His last stick that he used in one of the Stanley Cup games, and because I guess they're huge Wayne Gretzky fans and hockey fans. But yeah, some of the money with memorabilia has got to be unbelievable. Even if like you're there and you're a caddy and one of their balls goes awry, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, MJ hit it here or something like that. But the pro shop has always been something that people say is amazing. And I guess a lot of stuff there you can't get anywhere else. Like the golf bags, the shoes, the
hats.
Yeah, the hats, stuff like that. I have a friend who played there twice. He's a sports agent, but he was invited as a guest. And he was telling me it was just very, very exclusive.
I'm sure some of those names are like sports agents and, Nike agents.
Mark Wahlberg, he's on here.
Marky Mark.
And then in the local Palm Beach PGA golfers in Jupiter, boom.
I bet you they sell cigars there.
Sell?
Oh, yeah.
You probably get some hand rolled right there.
Oh, yeah. Jordan loves cigars. That's one of his big habits. All day long, he's going to be smoking cigars. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved in the show and any concept or you want to bring up to us, we'll definitely take your questions. Maybe you want to talk about the new things that are going on, but also if you've ever been involved or saw a golf situation that turned bad, which is not good when people fight.
I mean, we had one, what was it, a couple months ago where the guy got killed at the golf course
Terrible situation.
Was that a fight or just...
No, that was a crazy dude who just went onto the course.
Yeah, that wasn't a fight.
He wasn't on the course beforehand? I thought he was on there beforehand.
Oh, I don't know. I think he was just a loco guy who just showed up and beat that old dude.
Oh.
That's what I thought. And then we had in Abacoa, the guy who was shooting from a house.
Yeah, that was just arbitrarily. The guy was nuts.
But to me, I thought that was the same thing that happened in North Palm where it happened?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
I'm not sure.
I thought the guy just lost his mind.
I mean, you ever want to see an argument? Watch two people going for a parking spot and one cuts in. Oh my God, I've seen that so many times where just people, could be women too, just get out and like flip out. Especially when someone's waiting and then somebody shoots in. Oh man, that's a disaster. But the golf course is sad because you're there to have fun. And like you said, that video they should show in every clubhouse. That video is like, don't mouth off, because sometimes you can mouth off to the wrong person. And don't let size, you can think a size guy's smaller or something like that, and all of a sudden he comes out and he.
Well, I think they had the pack mentality because I know the guy was with somebody, but it was one big dude taking on all those other guys.
But they didn't come at him at once. No. They waited. I mean, if you got a pack mentality,
that's what I'm saying. When you have a pack mentality, you're more to flip your flapper. Like you don't care because you're like, I got my boys behind me.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah,
your boys went down like
your boys in the lake.
Uh-huh.
Your boys went down like dominoes. He might get some calls, that guy, for do security to protect some people.
Somebody claims, I guess they saw the video, they said the guy on the golf course was an ex-NHL player.
Oh, really?
That makes sense.
Oh, there it is. Because you could see the way he was punching. I mean, he was landing some shots. That one kid went a mile. I couldn't even believe he got back up. I would have been like, see you later, take your time. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Lance Bass, by the way, the spokesperson for gays.
Mm-hmm. If he's the spokesperson for gays, who's the spokesperson for lesbians?
It was Ellen Page, but
you lost her in a trade.
Be up before that.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail. Lounge in a luxury cabana. Earn on nonstop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Looking at some big delays, Florida Turnpike in both directions. Accident at Turnpike South after Southern Boulevard. Right lane there is blocked. And we do have police activity. Turnpike North, right before Southern Boulevard. That's taking up a left lane. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Is it time for a new job? Then it's time for Express Employment Professionals. Quit the endless online job search. Enlist the pros. Let a local recruiter from one of their 870 locations help. And Express never charges job seekers a fee. Go to ExpressPros.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places businesses that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
I'm Dr. Damon Tanton for Viome. Viome's full body intelligence test is the new science in anti-aging and life-extending insights. Viome analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Viome doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your Viome microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have low energy, even why you can't lose weight, and more. Viome reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Viome is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Viome guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements your doctor will notice. Visit Viome.com, promo code THRIVE. That's VIOME.com, promo code THRIVE.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at glasschamberfl.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at glasschamberfl.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Poinster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index values triple digits.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with deals on tech like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Visit Dell.com/deals.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
So don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. Who would want to live in a neighborhood like that? 6-foot pigeons walking around?
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you.
Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. Greek Zone follows us every day. That is 2 to 3 o'clock. We'll get into some NBA and Major League Baseball. We'll have Josh Cohn on as our special guest today. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey.
And it's time for our last trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, the Marlins are definitely having a better season than people thought. They won again last night, beating the Cincinnati Reds 5-1. So hats off to the Marlins. They're doing good. Next week is the All-Star break. That will be, I believe, on Tuesday night. Monday night is the Home Run Derby. Always exciting, and another thing that you can bet on the Hard Rock app, or if you're going to one of their locations. But the Home Run Derby, we'll try to put something together and see if we can put some money in. I'm going to probably lean toward, I got to see the list first before I put my purchase down. I would like to see a Home Run Derby with retired guys. I think that'd be pretty cool. But the Marlins did win. Speaking of the Marlins, they have one of the lowest payrolls in baseball, $67 million. And that doesn't sound like a lot of money when the Mets were, I think, like 260, 270 around that, the highest. But Alexander, who plays for the Thunder, Oklahoma City, the champs, he's going to make more money next year than the Miami Marlins whole team. That is unbelievable. Look at different sports, different amounts of money, different TV deals. It is unbelievable. Now, I know in basketball, people come back with a lot of times there's only 12 or 13 guys. In baseball, there's like 24, 25. But still, it is a massive situation. And before you know it, it'll be college football time, and college football kicks off officially August 23rd. But August 30th, the Gators open up, and we will have the Gators. And that'll be a great season with the Gators. We're excited about that. And the big game, August 30th, talked about it a little yesterday, Texas and Ohio State at 12 o'clock. It's going to be an awesome game. And then the Gators do play, Notre Dame plays University of Miami, in one of the first couple of weeks, and we'll have tickets to give away on Real Radio. So pay attention. And these are great seats, lower level. You will love it.
Out of your own pocket?
No, I got them from a financial company in the area who reached out to me, who are big supporters of the station and myself, and they said, Greek, is there anything we can do for you? And I said, I knew he's a Miami Hurricane fan. I said, how about giving us 2 tickets to give away? And he said, great. Would you like to?
Sweet.
I said, no, I don't want to go, but I would like to give them away to our audience because I think it'd be a great thing. Notre Dame, forget it. I mean, it's always huge when they come down here. So we'll see that. We might also have some tickets for the Gators when they take on Miami.
Ooh.
And that's in
When
September.
was the last
too.
time that happened?
It's been a while.
I was going to say.
Yeah, they
I
stopped
think,
that.
man, I don't. From what I can remember, since I've been with my husband, I don't even know the last time.
Well, they started last year up in Gainesville.
Yeah.
That was the first one.
Yeah, but it didn't really happen that often, right?
No, they stopped it for a long time. They started. And
Why did they stop it?
I don't know. They just did. They go away every once in a while from certain situations,
Okay.
and they bring in new teams, obviously. But this is a series. I think they signed for 4 or 6 years. I'm not sure. It goes back and forth. Last year was Gainesville. This year it's in Miami, and we're probably gonna have tickets for that, which is a great thing. But the Notre Dame game, I mean, I've had people already reach out to me. Because college football fans, just like football fans, they already got it scheduled when it is August 3rd. And that's also Labor Day weekend.
Ooh.
Which will be pretty cool. Greece Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace.
So, do you think being filthy rich is immoral? I'm like, try me. I'll give you. I'll throw away my morals.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe you're asking the wrong person. I mean, if you have money and you've been successful or any way you get money, I don't see where it ties into moral. I mean, I think there's a lot of jealousy.
And by filthy rich, we're talking
1%ers.
Yes. Do you think it's immoral?
I would say no.
So it's interesting because we see that, right? People, they did find out, and this is a global survey, how people felt about wealth. And they found out that most wealthy countries, people actually dislike the super rich.
Of course, they're jealous.
And support the extra taxes on them, right?
Yeah.
So about 68% of adults across 17 countries say that wealth should, obviously the wealthy should pay more taxes. We hear that. Even in the U.S., 67% backed taxing the rich more. Most agree higher taxes shouldn't just hit income, but wealth and big businesses too. But there is that widespread feeling in these countries that the economy should prioritize people's and nature's well-being, not just profit. So wealth doesn't always seem as earned by hard work. Many view it as unfair and want governments to do more to spread the wealth when it comes to it.
I mean, I would not think it's unfair. If somebody is very successful, they are. God bless them.
They worked at it.
They worked at it. Now, if you inherited it or whatever way you got it, I'm the same kind of guy. I always say, you score a touchdown, I don't care who you score. But I think the biggest thing, if we're being honest, most people are, it's the jealousy. And that's what people envy, because your thought process usually is, if I have money, and I mean big money, I'm going to be so happy. I could have anything. I could have the biggest house. I could have a boat. I could have a private jet. I could have people, servants. I have women, whatever I want, men. And that's the theory. Not necessarily does that mean that either. I think nice is when two people meet each other in their 20s or 30s and they stay together and they're very successful, because then you know the person's really with you. When you got super wealth like that and you meet somebody...
I mean, that's what they say for rich or poor.
Yeah. And when you meet somebody and you got big money, I mean, Jeff Bezos does not put his head down on a pillow and think right now, like, she's with me because of money. I mean, and some guys don't care. Or women just like, all right, it is what it is, and that's part of the routine, and I don't know if it's going to sleep different. But I think the biggest thing is the jealousy and also the thought process that we have that money will make you ultimately happy. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I think the people you with, and obviously money's important. There's no doubt about it. It makes life a lot easier. But I think if you're around the wrong people, it's really not going to matter. But yeah, I think a lot of it is, jealousy. But yeah, and there's envy. I mean, there's envy when you hear people when somebody pulls up with a big car. Somebody's like, oh God, something like that. But it's just the way life is. And some people say, well,
and that's it. Like how people hate winners. People who they see them as excessively wealthy they look them at, maybe they're a winner in life. Like look at them and all the stuff they have. It's the same thing. People hate on winners too.
And it's the way the person projects themselves. Some people are very low key.
And a lot of times you do hear that. There are some people that you don't really hear that much hate on a Warren Buffett or something like that, because he's not excessively out there showboating. No. And you have heard that. I mean, this person's very humble for all the money that they have.
Yeah.
And I guess that's where we look at it and look like at a Bezos or a Musk, and you're just like, because it's a little bit of a showboat.
Yeah, I think also social media has done so many good things, but it's done some negative things too, because I think there's so many things that we see in people's lives that we never saw before or really witnessed. So of course you're going to be looking at it. And that's why therapists have said to you, don't go on social media and believe stuff, because you see stuff all the time. I'm not going to say who or what, but I know people who take pictures in front of private jets to get off of it, and they're not even on the plane or cars. They do that, Dom, you would notice, with sports handicappers. There's a lot of them on Instagram, and they show themselves in front of Lamborghinis and houses. They don't even live there.
Dude, these days, you can just talk to an AI chatbot and be like, hey, here's my picture. Put me in front of a jet. And they'll create it for you.
Yes.
It may look a little wonky, but not everybody will notice.
But even if you go to the point of, say, you get in front of a Rolls Royce, and you sit there and you go, hey, man, had winners last night, because my one buddy...
Like you did.
Where?
You were in front of that Rolls or whatever,
Oh,
and
I
you're
didn't
like,
put
look at
that-
my new car.
Yeah, but I didn't put it up.
Yeah. He wanted to.
Yeah.
No, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to hear the hate. But yeah, I just think, and I'm not selling picks. I'm talking about people who buy picks for sports, that people do that. And my one buddy was doing, I said, did you ever check this kid's record? He goes, no, I don't know his record. So I think there's a lot of hate, obviously, and jealousy. If you guys have an opinion, call us, 877-927-6969. Or if you you can text us at Real Radio 47142. If somebody's rich, God bless them. I mean, that's the way I look at it. You did it. Hats off to you, whatever it is. But there is a lot of hate with that. And and like Franny said, if you're a showboat, it's not good. Kardashians, one of the reasons a lot of people don't like them.
So speaking of money, this was kind of sad, and it was one of these stats that kind of got thrown out there when people were like, hey, what do you think life's going to be like in 2065? Yeah, we got some time, right? I mean, we got 40 years from then, but they were asking people, predict this. What do you think it's going to be? The people think that the average cost of a new home will be around $682K, which is $272,000 more than the average cost right now.
No, probably.
They also believe the average work week will be 30 hours. Currency will be 100% digital. I don't think we're too off basis. To me, I feel like that's going to happen in like 10 years. They're saying 40. They think that we're going to have robot housekeepers and implanted health monitors. So they think that retirement, which is sad, almost half Gen Zers don't think retirement will be an option for most of us. It almost isn't right now for a lot of people.
No, it's tough.
2065. They think 51% will be a digital alternative to help them meet the needs of those struggling to afford care in their golden years. 35% of those who don't own a home now believe they ever will, and 25% expect they'll have to rent their whole entire life. So respondents think the average cost, as I mentioned, of home to $682. They said, of course, we're going to need to make a lot more money to afford that. And the average household income is predicted to be around $509K, which is much higher than the $80K right now. So that's kind of a good sign, but everything else is going to go up, right?
Oh, yeah, it's relative. I mean, it's the same. When you go back to everything in life, 1970s, what a house was or what a car was, and you look today, and you're like, oh, my God, I could get a house. I think my mother told me their first house they bought for $48,000.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, obviously, it was years ago.
Yeah.
It was a nice home, beautiful home, but I mean, you're not getting that now.
And that's so I feel like they're kind of being fair with these estimates because they even claim here that they think in 40 years that you'll need to retire about $3.5 million to retire in 40 years. And like looking ahead to the way they want to spend their later years, they say they want to spend it with family to watch future generations grow. Normal, travel the world and go to space, which we already see that happening. Space travel is a thing. Life off the grid, away from tech is a way people want to retire to, or live with friends in a co-living community. I've joked around with that with my girlfriends all the time. Like, let's get a commune. Let's just get a big commune and all of us buy it. My girlfriends.
Oh.
He raises his hand.
I'm in. Pool cleaner. I always think, and I have this argument with a lot of people or discussion about the amount of money people say they need to retire. Now, it really matters on who you are, what your lifestyle is, and who you're with. I mean, those are pretty big things. And I'll have, my buddies will be like, I said, you had $1 million, and plus you get Social Security. Just say you're getting $3,000 a month. Okay, that's about the average, $2,500, and you got $1 million, and you're investing it. I mean, you can live. You'll be fine. I think you'll be good for about 15 years. And then maybe after that, yeah. It depends how you live, though, and what your lifestyle is what I'm talking about. Now, if you want to golf and travel and, it's a different lifestyle. But I think, like, when they come out with these, and it scares people.
I mean, and these are averages. I mean, they are. That's what they're doing. But they also claim that they think, and which I can see happening in 40 years, that you're going to have a robot roommate or a robot housekeeper.
Probably get along better.
Caregiver. Yep. I mean, you can program them, right? I just believe that they're just going to go nuts one day. And which I think there already exists, but have with implanted health monitors, which Depending on, I know some people are like, I don't want them to know what's going on with me or where I'm at all the time. But I can see how those can be beneficial if they can tell you, your health markers, how you're doing, stuff like that. If you're about to have a heart attack.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, and that's what they're for. To check your cholesterol levels, whatever it is. It's implanted into you.
And your health is like your bank account or anything in life. If it's good, you're like, great. When it's bad, you don't want to hear it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're like, oh, God. You know what I mean? It's just.
But if it's bad and you hear it, then at least you can do something about it.
Yeah.
Brandy, you said the average pay for the house was what now?
The household income, last 24, the average household income right now is 80.
And it goes up to
80,610. And they think it'll be predicted in 40 years to be about 509. Okay.
So that's about 5 times increase? Just about?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Now, do you think 40 years ago,
more, yeah, like 6.
1985, was it 5 times less than right now?
I don't know. I mean, because that's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it's jumped that high from the last 40 years.
No, like 509 to 80. And a household, that means basically 2 people when they're doing something like that. That's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, I totally agree. And when is that? 20 years?
No, 40, 2065.
Yeah. Probably going to be checked out, to be honest with you.
I'll still place your bets.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm going to see. I'm going to check out and see what it was in the 80s.
Yeah, because I'm going to go with you, Dom. I'm going to go that it wasn't nowhere near that. Because that's a big jump. I mean, you're talking 80 to 500,000. That's a lot. So you got 40 years to think about it.
All right. I mean, I don't know. Not too far off. According to AI Overview, in 1985, the median household income in the U.S. was $23,620.
So that's
about
a little less than 4 times.
Less than 4. And right now we're talking about, they're saying about 6 times.
Well, if it was 23 there and it's 80 now, it's only really 2.5. 23. It's,
what?
It was 23. Now it's 80.
Yeah.
They're saying not really 4 times.
Oh yeah, that's what he said. He said less than 4.
Yeah,
so like 3 and change. We're not going to math hard.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, like you said. But even like the other day was something crazy. Dunkin' Donuts, right? I remember when the cup of coffee was like, a medium size. I don't know, $1.60. Now it's $3.18. Like I said to myself, like, man, it'll be $5 before you know it. Like, what the hell is a Starbucks going to be? $33? My one buddy told me, him and his girlfriend, I don't know if I said this on the air, he told me the amount they spent at a Starbucks for a month. I was like, oh my God.
I could guess probably easy $2,000 more.
No, in a month?
Yeah.
No, that's a lot.
Okay.
$2,000, I would have told him to punt.
What, like $500?
Yeah. Like $550 they spent.
Yeah, I can see that. 2
Each
people.
or between?
Together.
Okay.
Together.
But that's a lot to me. $550 Starbucks? Mingada.
Well, you average, right? Like, let's say there's the 2 of them. Every order? I don't know. What do you think? Over 10 if they're getting food too, or I don't know. Their coffees are what, $4 or $5? Mm-hmm. It's been a while.
And they get some specialties, but he said it was 1 month that it really hit him. It was like $550, and he was like, "That's it. We got to cut back." I mean, that's a lot of money to me.
Yeah.
Now, there's other things you can blow money on. I get it.
But we see a lot of places going away too. I mean, we do a lot of businesses closing because people are like, I just can't afford this crap anymore.
Well, the businesses can't afford to stay open with the insurance and the help and the rent.
Lack of help.
Yeah, I mean that's. Yeah.
I do not know what happened to the work ethic around just here. I've known so many people ask me, "Hey, do you know people who are looking for work? Hey, do you know?" And just different kind of businesses, retail, medical offices, whatever it is. They'll hire somebody. That person's so gung ho, and then 3 days later they don't show up.
Yep.
And it's just like no call, no show.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't care.
I hear the same thing.
And it's just the time wasted in the training and stuff. And yes, it happens here too. It's everywhere.
No, I just think it's a mindset. I mean, years ago, if you worked at one place, that was good. Today, I've talked about this morning with our market manager. Today, if you're at one place a long time, it's not good.
I have worked at places the only time I ever worked somewhere for 2 or 3 days, it was because I saw the boss lose his crap and his face was turning red and he threw something across and he was and he knew all his other employees, but they dealt with it because it was almost like family and he paid for their brand new Volvos and stuff, these 2 young girls that worked for him.
Yeah.
And so, but I have never seen anybody, especially in front of a new employee, treat the people so bad. I was like, this is not the kind of environment I want to be in. I mean, the guy, steam was almost coming out of his ears the way he was yelling at his employees. And for me to be there, and I was just training, I was like, I'm not going to be here. That was it. Other than that, I've stayed places for years.
Yeah, and it also says something about you because you're a good employee. And obviously,
I feel like COVID changed that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, COVID changed it a lot. And your generation, even things that come out of your mouth are just things that you believe that are not bad or good, but it's just a thought process. My stepson, some of the things that come out of his mouth. I mean, I just like God bless you if it happens.
Yeah.
I can tell you something that's changed today that a lot of people don't agree with. That was a lot bigger back in the day. Was the 2-week notice?
Oh yeah, they just walk.
True.
Yeah, because it's also not frowned upon if you got a job, you got a resume with 3-4 things. So you wanted somebody, to have a good thing when you leave. Even him, I told him, if you leave your job, try to leave on a good note. You never know, you might come back. But that's not there. It's like you said, crash and burn.
Not. And they some people are like, oh yeah, we're looking for employees who've had 8 jobs. Like, why? You don't care about loyalty. So we have a couple texts. 47142 says, I don't agree with Greek that the majority of people thinking that being a 1% is immoral is due to greed. I believe that some people are disconnected and how they are very hardworking people that scrape to get by and very rich people who have walked on the backs of those who work hard. His perspective up in Boca is a little bit skewed, LOL. Also, it's not hatred to say someone is immoral. And I get what they're saying about the hardworking people that scrape by and the rich people work off of them and they walk on their backs. And then they said, should a nurse, police officer, roofer, etc., not be able to buy a home and others have 10 bedrooms, 8 of which go unused? I believe that it is more of a question of whether capitalism is immoral, not so much the individuals who have mastered it. Many of the 1%ers are actually amazing philanthropists. I always have a hard word saying that. Philanthropist.
I think both points are... Yeah.
Philanthropist. Thank you. Philanthropist. I knew I would work my way to it.
I think both points are excellent. And again, that's what's good about having a show or an opinion. There's nobody wrong.
Yes.
I mean, that's it. Just your opinion. And based upon it, it's one of those things that everybody has a thought. Is my life jaded where I'm at and everything like that? Yeah, I would definitely say so because I think your reality is your life.
Well, yes, and your reality is way different than my life or Dom's life or anybody else's life.
So I said
100%.
That. Yeah, for me to say no, I'd be wrong. So I'm going to say yes. There's no doubt about it. But I think, again, everybody has a different thought process and whatever
world,
works.
it's your bubble that you lived in and what you know.
Yeah, I mean, Dom comes to work every day, 25%. I mean, he's happy with that going home.
But maybe that's just what he surrounded himself. I'm just kidding. Like I said, it's what you surround yourself with.
Yeah, man, it's what it is. He's on the phone right now trying to get a job. Look at him laughing, talking. He's probably talking to his girl. She's like, there's a big Babanya sale coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
Right? Was it 10?
710.
710, big sale. They're calling him right now. It's like when Gucci calls me. Only gets a call.
Hey, if you're calling him, you see if he wants to endorse you.
That's it.
What are you making fun of me about now?
What else do you think? 25%.
Yeah. No, it was a listener chiming in, just talking about how our national debt is just going to keep going up and up and over the next couple of years, and he didn't want to go on air because it was just doesn't sound great about our country.
Yeah.
Again, he's not wrong. I mean, it is what it is. What are you going to do? We're here to entertain, and I think we do a good job every day.
Do not come here for financial advice or anything too serious.
Any advice.
Any advice.
Anything.
Unless it's a Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we do WWGD.
No.
That's where Greek gives out advice.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask me for directions. I can tell you about a couple of things.
Gambling.
I wouldn't take his yesterday advice on that.
One bad day. You're such a hater. Oh, my God. You're out of the trust of God or something like that? Man, you're out. You're out. One bad day. You're like the bitches.
No, it's okay. I didn't have any money on it, so I'm just making fun of you.
I know. That's great. It's good. You're like this girl I know. She asked me for a game Saturday night, and I gave her a game. 9 o'clock on a Saturday night, she asks me for a game. She's at Hard Rock. First of all, it was a limited board. There was only a couple of games left, and I gave her one to loss. She writes back like 3 in the morning.
F you. How'd I know?
Yeah, basically. I'm like you. I'm like, thanks. It is the Penthouse. We'll give Dominic an A- today. Great job. Thank you for your help.
Thanks.
That's a great grade.
Yeah,
of course. You don't even have to look at the grades for Franny. You know she gets an A. Am I biased? You bet your ass I'm biased. She said she might start her own community. I'm like, I'm in.
No, commune, not a community.
Great
I'm
job.
not starting a cult.
Franny, great job as always. Thanks for your help.
Thank you, G-Man. Thank you, Dom. Of course, thank you for listening. And we didn't talk about it much, but don't forget, we still want you to put $1,000 in your hands. You get another keyword around 2 o'clock. Wherever's going to give it to you, take the keyword, enter it, realradio921.com. We really have winners here on the Penthouse, like Kevin and Jupiter.
You guys have a great afternoon. The Greek Zone is next. And Amazon Prime Day started today, right?
It's kicked off today, and you bet your ass I got some stuff.
Did you really?
I'm just kidding. I've got to be tight.
She got some more AirPods.
I got to be tight with the buck.
I did. A buddy of mine bought them. They're 40% off.
Yeah.
Football season's
You
coming.
got medical bills, and you got to get some new tires. Amazon Prime can wait till next year. You can wait.
It is the Greek. You guys have a great afternoon. Wimbledon is going on. I think the kid whose favorite won again.
Alcaraz, yeah, I believe
Alcaraz
so.
or Sinner? They're two. Right, Sinner's number one, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
The Italian.
Yep. But Alcaraz was just playing in one.
Okay, so that's who we're talking about. Alcaraz one.
So they're going to be into the Elite Eight now for the men's. We'll be back in a few minutes with the Greek Zone. You guys have a great afternoon. And remember, the Turnpike is got some issues.
Yeah, they said it's jam-packed, so just be patient. I don't know what's going on, but lots of cops out there.
All right. You guys have a great afternoon. Peace.
Take your apartment workouts to the next level. Or just lay on the couch. Either one works. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Broken down car blocking a right lane, I-95 South at Okeechobee Boulevard. Police activity taking up a left lane, Florida Turnpike North, right before Southern Boulevard. We have a right lane blocked, accident Turnpike southbound at Southern. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com. You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's at Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's at Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. Makes a good night a great night. Peace.
You know kids will ruin your life, right? Especially if you're a garage door. I mean, babies are adorable, don't get me wrong. But after that adorable phase where they barf and poop on everything, they turn into a cheap garage door's worst nightmare. Whacking tennis balls against the door all day, up and down every time they ride a bike. You dreamy young'uns might have the energy to start a family, but that rusty avocado green aluminum garage door that came with your house is too old for this jazz. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern, insulated garage doors are built to stand up to family life. They resist dents, they don't ring like a gong when you whack them with a puck, and they go up and down, super quiet, as many times as your kids change their minds. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll treat you like family.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
See things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like 2-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index values in triple digits.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
For millions of kids, school isn't just a place of learning. It's where they can depend on access to healthy food. When school's out for the summer months, many of those meals disappear. But there is a solution. All across the country, there are programs for kids and teens to access free meals all summer long, including resources for eligible families facing tight grocery budgets. If you're looking for resources to help feed your family this summer, visit nokidhungry.org/help. Let's make sure every kid has the happy, healthy summer they deserve.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GREEN at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? I already made your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a six-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the lineup?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point. Okay, take this, and this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday afternoon. Always appreciate you guys tuning in. With us, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. And Jason and his team will help you if you get into an accident, whether on the road or around the home or anywhere. We'll always be there to help you and give you the right answers you need. 561-689-8180. We will have Josh Cohen joining us shortly, giving us a call into the Greek Zone. And we will be adding a couple more guys for football season that will be added to our lineup of 5 days. And also in probably sometime in August, we will be back on in Miami, which is good news on 940 with iHeart. Good afternoon, Josh. How are you, sir?
What's happening, G? How you been, buddy?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. Hanging in there, doing what I got to do. I know you had a big lunch meeting. How'd you get to your lunch meeting?
Revo. Yeah. Here's the best part about Revo rideshare. It's not Uber, it's not Lyft, because they both suck and they treat us bad. But the best part about Revo is you can schedule your ride like 2 hours in advance.
Nice.
And so it's automatic. You don't have to wait. And there's no extra charge to do it. Plus, I rode from downtown West Palm Beach down to Boynton Beach and back, both of my rides free, because I used the promo code REVO20. When you download the app and you punch in the brand new user, punch in REVO20, and you get 10 rides worth $20 absolutely free. So I got transportation to and from Boynton for free, buddy, which is good, which means that I can pick up lunch next time you and I get together.
Wow, man, that's amazing. And lunch isn't working with me. I want dinner. We need a track day. We haven't had a track day in a while. So we need a track day at Gulfstream.
Oof. Yeah, the last time we went to the track, you bet on that horse staying single.
I should have.
Your money, but unfortunately you didn't listen.
That's right. I won that day, but I lost the other way. This is a time of year where I think a lot of sports, obviously, is a little quiet, just baseball. People are dying for football and college football before you know it, and the All-Star game next week. But there's always some compelling stuff that are going on. We're talking to Josh Cohen, the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. Download it. You'll be entertained. No doubt about it. But let me ask you about the LeBron rumors and what's going on, and also the where does it stop, Josh, in your opinion? We've heard this, you and I, for 20, 30 years. The contracts can't keep going on. Devin Booker just signed an extension for $152 million for a team that sucks and is not going to win. And where do you see it ever stopping, or it just keeps escalating?
It will go as broadcast rights go. Mm-hmm. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So traditional television's in a lot of trouble. I talked to a TV producing partner of mine yesterday. We had a call because we worked on that Grudge project together that you watched on. But actually, you didn't watch it. You were sleeping, and apparently it was playing in the background. You woke up to the sound of my voice.
I thought I was dreaming.
Yeah. Talking about Conor McGregor and Khabib Nurmagomedov on Place TV. Television is in bad shape. The broadcast networks, as we know them, probably won't be the same in a decade from now. Mm-hmm. People don't consume, as we call it, television. But the one thing that does drive people to watch live programming is live sports.
Yes.
And what drives that in large part is legalized gambling. It always was illegal gambling, but legalized gambling does as well. So as distribution of broadcast rights changes, so will the contracts, because it's not as though, baseball money's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you watch a baseball game on TV, there's nobody there.
No.
Because the money doesn't come from the ticket sales. It comes from all the ancillaries. We used to call it TV rights, but it's digital rights, it's international rights, it's secondary rights, and then broadcast rights. So the money will continue to move in coordination with what the rights are that are being sold for and paid in return. There's obviously, it reaches a ceiling at some point. Mm-hmm. But if things cost more money, people have to get paid more money. There's a commercial on TV now for one of the Bitcoin apps, mm-hmm. and it says that it shows a house, and it says in 2010, this house cost 20 Bitcoin.
Yep.
Today, it only costs 3. So Bitcoin, how come the dollar keeps going down, but this keeps going? And they're trying to illustrate the fact that all things are relative. The money right now is insane in the NBA.
Yep.
It's insane in sport, but that's because they're charging insane amount of money for the what we call broadcast. But yeah, the rights to share it digitally, television, whatever those means may be. Where it's headed, at some point it's got to, again, the market dictates, but at some point it's got to reach, it has to reach some sort of a plateau.
Yeah, NBA, I think, is because you got guys on the bench making $20 million, $18 million. You don't even football. It's not that high, and football is the sport that makes the most money. And out of the 3 sports, football is always sold out. I mean, it's just you can't go to an NFL game. I don't care where you go; they're packed all the time. So it does seem a little bit, funky with the way the numbers are. But, you saw something. There was a stat, I'm sure you saw it yesterday, social media. Alexander makes more than the whole Marlins payroll. And it's crazy the amount of money in the NBA. And, again, with LeBron, and they're talking about him going to New York. Would that be, I think it would be beyond belief, LeBron in New York, as far as monetarily and money and him being the Big Apple. Could you see that happening or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, him opting into that contract, I know we covered it last week on Questionable Call with Josh Cohen. That's me. New episodes Monday, Wednesday, Friday. New shorts every Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday. So there's new content every day except for Sunday. We talked about LeBron. Him opting into the contract, people say, well, why did he do that then? He opts into the contract, but he has the ultimate say in his trade, not just where he would go or wouldn't go, but also the players involved. He's got that kind of veto. So it occurred to us that, wait a second, remember you and I couldn't figure out why would the Knicks go ahead and fire Thibodeau when they didn't need to just yet, when they didn't have a backup plan. They didn't have somebody waiting. They didn't have a side piece. And then you start to think, wait a second, maybe it's because they're waiting on LeBron, because LeBron said, I'm coming, but I get say in the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he did win a title with Mike Brown.
Yes.
Once upon a time. Not that that's the end-all be-all, but it makes sense in that sense. For LeBron, the next deal he signs is his last deal.
Yes.
It is farewell tour. This is Aaron Rodgers territory.
Yep.
And LeBron's not somebody that we know wants to play, and then when it's all done, say, folks, that was it. I'm out.
Yeah.
He wants the rocking chair.
Yep.
He wants the halftime presentation.
Sure.
In every arena, he wants the video tribute. He also likes this time of year when they talk about
Stir it up.
He likes when they speculate. He likes when he worked out at a Cleveland facility with the Cavs, and people started talking rumor. He likes that. And you know what? It's good for business. It's good for his brand. So
good for
why
the NBA.
not? He and I share a birthday. He and I are difficult people. December the 30th. Tiger Woods is also December 30th. What I've found with people that share our birthday is that sometimes we need to feel needed. And sometimes we create a little drama we don't need to, so we make sure that somebody says you're important and we want you here and you do a great job.
But there's a way to handle those kind of people. And see, I don't look at it. I don't look at it difficult.
Do it wrong?
Yeah.
He does it wrong. You don't do it wrong.
Yeah.
You do it wrong. But I'm just admitting that there's something wrong with us December 3rd. Listen to that crowd. Sandy Koufax, LeBron James, Tiger Woods, and me.
Wow.
Everybody excelled in life except for me. Everybody did something great. And then here I am doing this.
Come on. You're an icon yourself. Come on. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. 3 a.m, you call my phone. You know how many numbers I'm going to pick up? 5. 4 are brunettes and you. So that should say something right there.
Yeah, your question's going to be, how many brunettes do you have with you?
Talking to Josh Cohen, you're familiar with him. There's no doubt about it. He is the host of Questionable Call, and that's on 3 times. You can download it 3 times a week on YouTube. I know you had something interesting yesterday that seems to be popping up a little bit more, and I also wanted to talk to you about, you're going to get the bumps in the road with some athletes with sports betting. There is the one going around now with the Cleveland pitcher that they're saying now that they don't think is true. Gary Payton Jr. is involved in something. The week before, there was another NBA player. We had a couple of guys a couple of weeks ago. Also, we had the thing with last year with the receiver for the Jaguars.
Malik Beasley was last week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, the receiver with the NFL really wasn't him betting. He just put a bet in. But these guys, there's some things going on, and I just think it's part of the late of doing business. You're going to have some bumps. But what people don't understand, I tried to explain this the other night to some guys, and I wanted to see your opinion on it. Necessarily, it doesn't mean it's them. It could be people they grew up with, family members, different people that are jammed up, and they just reach out and say, hey, man, what do you think, or how you feeling, or can you do this? So my opinion is it doesn't necessarily mean it's the player having financial problems. Beasley, though, they have a history of having some financial problems, but it could also be the people they're around. Your thoughts?
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Oh, I'm breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you now. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. All right, so you broke up there at the very end. The problem is that it doesn't matter whose idea it was. It doesn't matter if you have financial problems. What matters is the integrity of the game.
Sure.
If somebody is doing something or not doing something because they have a vested interest in anything other than winning and performing, we've got a problem. So the pitcher, there were irregularities. There was too much money coming in that the first pitch of the next inning was going to be a ball. And then the ball that was thrown was such a ball that it raised eyebrows. Not just because it was a bad pitch, that happens, but because if normally there's $1,000 that gets bet on it, all of a sudden there's $150,000 bet on it, something ain't right. So the problem with the player performance and the propositions is unless you're going to ban them, all you can do is allow like positive outcomes. So there can be no under on 3-pointers made. It can only be over 1.5, 2.5 3-pointers made. And if somebody can do it, well, then God bless them, they can do it. But obviously, the sports leagues are business partners making hundreds of millions of dollars with the sports books. And this is what happens. You say bumps in the road. The most important thing is always the integrity of the game. It's always trying your best, trying to win. But with that said, how many times have we seen a team lay down at the 1-yard line, they can just kick a field goal and run the clock out? The Super Bowl was decided that way, and the AFC Championship game was decided that way just 4 years ago. So it's part of the game. It's part of we understand. But the first pitch of the next inning is going to be a ball, and it's already, you told all your buddies, bet it through the roof. Obviously, it's going to set off flags. Now you got a problem. And you don't have to prove that either. You really don't have to prove it.
But let me ask you.
Baseball, 1918, baseball, Judge Landis banned shoeless Joe Jackson for life because he felt like it.
Yeah.
And I think you did. That's good enough. You don't get the benefit of presumption of innocence. Baseball can do what it wants to do. It doesn't need any conviction. It doesn't need to be found guilty. I would be very, very, cautious because the next person in any of the major leagues is going to be made an example of. The person that intentionally didn't do something because there's a prop play is going to be made an example of.
All right, so let me ask you this. Straight up, you're a gambler. I bet on sports. When the NBA had the problem, which I think is worse than a player, okay, because it was on performance, just with a referee, and the NBA got past that. And this is what a guy who went out of his way to talk to the world, but it seemed like it was just a buzz, and it ended where when that first broke, I thought, man, this is going to be a big thing. But people are just, what are you going to do? Shrug their shoulders. This is a guy who got convicted. This is a guy who went on 60 Minutes and said, I change games. And that still wasn't a bump. So my point to you is, do you think it would really even matter every once in a blue moon if somebody said something? Now, if it was a big game, yes. But the NBA to get away with that was amazing to me. It didn't crush it.
You're absolutely right. And you say a guy told the world. His name was Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
He was a referee. And he was into the bookmakers and the wise guys for significant money.
Yeah.
So he was affecting over-unders. He was calling fouls or not letting fouls happen to try and get games to go over or to stay under. And not only that, you say told the world. He told me and the Real Radio audience, because I was hosting Josh Cohen of the home team in the afternoon drive at Real Radio, and he came on as a guest. And I had him on that air on my show, and I asked him all about all of it. And he went as far as to say, he claims that the league also would lean on the officials with a series to try and affect the outcome to be more lenient towards to extending a series, to favoring one team versus the other, and that's even worse than a referee. But you're absolutely right. I thought it was going to be an enormous, almost a death shot.
And it didn't.
What I found out was people don't care.
That's my point.
They're addicted. They don't care. They're addicted. They don't care. They love the game. They don't care. And also, it happened in an advantageous news cycle. You know, if you're going to be caught in some big scandal, you want something major to be happening at the same time. You want something else to happen and take the heat off of you. The timing could not have been worse for, say, O.J. Simpson, and it couldn't have been better for the NBA in that instance there. To this day, I think about that. You're right. How did the NBA it just kind of went away? Kudos to Stern and Adam Silver for somehow managing, but it almost just kind of went away that an actual game referee was affected. Now, it'd be very different now because gambling is not just allowed, but it's promoted, but the league wants you to do it.
Of course.
The league wants you to
Every league wants you to do it.
Yes.
I mean, when we talked about 15, 20 years ago, you and I on the radio, and we've both been in situations where we're brought into offices and said, you can't talk about it. Now it's encouraged, obviously, because there's money behind it, and it's there. But I was at a Miami Heat game on a Friday night against the Knicks. I've talked about it. It was one of the games he mentioned in his book where the Knicks went to the foul line 36 times and the Heat went 3 times. It was the only time Pat Riley ever got fined in his career for criticizing the referees. And he was like, oh, yeah, that game was in the bag, all Knicks, all the way. So to me, like when stuff like that happens, it just, you would think that's it. It's got to be. But yet, the machine is bigger, and I think they also reached out with their arms and said, hey, don't report this so much, because this guy went everywhere. I mean, he was like signing billboards. But no, nobody really like bought into it. Like, oh, yeah, he had a problem. And it really did. And that blew my mind because, again, I thought that was like we talk about, the integrity. And the same thing, I know you got a story yesterday I want to get into real quick, or maybe we could extend this into the next break if you got time, about soccer, how much that, like people don't realize with America, but how much soccer is bet on throughout the world. And there's a sport where there's always been, you hear stuff about problems, right or wrong?
Yeah, soccer betting is global. Because football, they only play in America, and we're the only ones that really care about it. I know they're doing Europe and whatnot. Most people don't know what's happening. They don't follow that closely. Soccer is global. There is no event like the World Cup. None. It's the Super Bowl times 1,000 or 150,000. In soccer, there's 3 ways to bet it. And oftentimes, 2 of the sides are plus money. And that's this team wins, that team wins, or in regulation, it's a tie, also known as a draw. That's why people say win, lose, or draw. Draw means tie. The other night, we had the USA playing Mexico in the Gold Cup, which is an event that happens the year before the World Cup. So you look at this and you go, the officiating was so bad. And this is yesterday's episode of Questionable Call on YouTube. Please watch. It's 4 minutes and 35 seconds. But the problem with that is the officiating was so towards Mexico, so anti-America. There was a blatant hand call, which could have been interpreted as a plant hand. And then there was a goal that was disallowed on the field for offsides. Immediately, what's known as a VAR, the video assist referee, he's in Miami by himself. He goes, no, it's a goal. He overrides it. Very suspicious behavior. But America was actually an underdog in this game versus Mexico, and the majority of the money was on Mexico. So if, in fact, the game Sunday night was rigged because of the betting, it wouldn't have been to try and let Mexico win, since 68% of the money was on them. What it does appear is that the officials, one from Costa Rica and one from Guatemala, 2 nations that are not pleased with America or our current regime, may have just said, bleep these guys, and allowed for what. So it may have been more political than money motivated, but it's tough. It's tough for players to rig a soccer game unless you're the goalie, because there's so little scoring. There's so few opportunities. There are games in which there's not even a shot on goal for a team.
Yes.
But the officials can certainly help. And that's why VAR came into play. VAR began to try and clean up some of that because the gambling became so big globally.
Josh, one of the things I want to ask you about, maybe we could do it Thursday, is the WNBA, which is owned by the NBA. I want you to think about this. And I'm surprised how much these players criticize the referees, whether they're right or wrong. In the NBA, if you criticize a ref, you're suspended, coach or not. And it's something that is becoming more and more topical with the WNBA players, and I'm surprised about it.
They need the attention. They need the publicity. It doesn't make headlines if someone says, well, you win some, you lose some. What makes headlines and what makes you talk about it, ask me about it on your radio show, is the fact that they're doing it. So as they continue to promote a game that people are more interested in the drama, who pushed who didn't vote for who's not getting credit, who everybody's hating on, they'll take all the publicity and attention they can get. That's why they get a longer leash. They're allowing it because it's causing us to go, ooh, how come this? And then it draws eyeballs, engagement, and clicks. At the end of the day, these are just TV shows. All any of these games are is TV shows for profit. And all they do is need engagement and eyeballs and clicks.
It is the Greek talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call. Josh, tell everybody how they can get this and enjoy it.
Yeah, go on YouTube and just subscribe to Questionable Call with Josh Cohen. And new episodes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like I said, 4 minutes long. And hit subscribe, and then you'll be on your YouTube. And can't wait for football season so I can stop doing stories about soccer.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for football season either. We get together sooner than later. And maybe you could join us on a Greek Zone on location in an area where you could stop by and sit in with us. Love to have you.
Would love to jump in the Revo ride share and do just that, my friend. Use promo code REVO20 and get 10 free rides for $20 each.
It is the Greek, Josh Cohn. We'll come back, look at the baseball lines tonight, and so much more in the Greek Zone. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I alternate sleeping on my left side and my right side. I'm a side sleeper.
One of my optimum sleeping positions is laying on my stomach and holding the corner of the pillow with both of my arms.
Or sitting in the fart box.
Yeah, whatever. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Avoid the Florida Turnpike in both directions near Southern Boulevard. Police activity have a left lane blocked to Turnpike North at Southern. We're jammed back from Lake Worth Road. Exit at Lake Worth, use jog or 441. Right lane blocked in the other direction. A Turnpike South at Southern. Major delays there. You'll need to exit at Okeechobee Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/easy to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/easy. That's leaffilter.com/easy.
In the podcast, The United States of Kennedy, two Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week, we're talking about Teddy Kennedy and Chappaquiddick.
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow The United States of Kennedy and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at glasschamberfl.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at glasschamberfl.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A few showers and storms to develop later today, mainly along the sea breeze boundary, which will be further west of I-95 today. So the closer you are to the coastline, the lower chance you have of seeing any of these isolated showers that pop up. Temperatures still oppressively warm in the afternoon, upper 80s and lower 90s heat index values in the triple digits.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a territory?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
still seem like gambling to you. I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It's the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in. We'll look at some Major League Baseball odds and possibly glance at the WNBA, and preseason football. How about that? I know that gets people excited. We got a lot going on. Always, you guys, and we always appreciate you listening. If you want to get involved, you can call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you want to get involved, I am the Greek. Dominic's involved.
What's up, G-Man?
And every day we do have a special host who joins in and calls us. We do have Teddy Covers, Rob Vino, Josh Cohen. Sometimes we get Defo from Miami who calls in, Drew Martin. And we have a cast of characters that call in, all with sports betting and gambling, and we'll continue that. We're going to have a couple ex-NFL players join us in September on a regular basis, too, to give you guys a little bit more knowledge of what's going on in the game. If you do look at the lines today on the Hard Rock app, we will pull it up as we speak. Because, again, if you're betting, that's where you're betting. You're either at their 2 locations, or in our area, by the way, there's one in Tampa, which is the Qatar or Seminole Casino Coconut Creek, or you're on the app. You got the Mets playing the Orioles today, and Mets are minus 125. I do this all the time, just to explain it. If you're asking, Greek, what's 125? That means you got to put up 125 to win 100. Mets are better on when they're home than they are on the road. So we'll see what happens about that. Tampa Bay and Detroit. Detroit minus 125. Seattle and Minnesota. Yanks favorite there. I do like Seattle. Colorado and Boston. Boston's huge favorites there over Colorado. Miami and Cincinnati. Miami playing well and also got a win last night, 5-1. Chicago and Toronto. You got Toronto, big favorites over the White Sox. I would have to go with Toronto there in a run line. Chicago Cubs against Minnesota Twins. Twins have had one of the worst records in the month of June. So that's something that you got to take note of. Also, the Royals and Pirates tonight. I do like the Royals over the Pirates. Dodgers have lost 5 in a row. Looks like money can't buy you love and some victories right now. That team's over under. It looks like it's going to stay under. It was 104 early on, unless they go on a teared pace, which they can. I don't know. They lost all weekend to Houston. They got beat by Milwaukee. Washington, St. Louis. St. Louis, big favorites there. Cleveland and Houston. Houston, big favorites there. Last night, they got beat by Cleveland. I think it'd be tough 2 nights in a row. Texas and the Angels. Underdogs there is home. Arizona, San Diego. San Diego's favorite. Philly and San Fran. Another game you might want to look at the under. And you got Atlanta and the A's. And Atlanta are short favorites there. Might lean a little bit toward the Braves there in that one. Possibly. But if you like the Blue Jays and the Cubs to win, Royals to win, and the Astros, minus 1.5 runs, a $100 parlay would end up bringing you back $11.80. So that's Blue Jays over the White Sox, Cubs to win over the Twins, Royals to win over the Pirates, and the Astros to win by more than 1.5 runs. And that is a kickback of 1-1-8-0. Now, obviously, what has to happen? All teams have to win for you to get a W. If not, well, then it's not going to happen. Also, in the WNBA, there is some games tonight that we will check out. And you got the Los Angeles Aces taking on the Liberty. Liberty minus 4.5. Liberty are the champs, but not playing great. You got the Seattle Storm and Connecticut Suns, but that is tomorrow, and that is actually tomorrow. That is a morning game. So, but just today, all you got is the Aces and New York Liberty. Liberty are home, minus 4.5. Might tend to maybe lean toward the Liberty.
Is that a rematch of the championship? Was that the 2?
That was last year's championship. Yes, it was.
Okay.
But that has changed. There's been some trades and different things that have happened, so it is not the same there. Preseason football is up. They do have some lines going on in preseason football that you could check. That'll kick off at the end of July. The 31st is the Hall of Fame game, and then you'll see the whole board once it comes up. And again, a lot of people, say, hey, you're crazy to bet Preseason football, I've done it for years, and guess what? There's got to be a winner and there's got to be a loser, and that's the way I look at it. So when you look at preseason games, the only one that's up right now on the Hard Rock app is Detroit -1.5 against the Chargers, and that's it. And you look at also conference winners like the NFC and the AFC. Eagles are favorite +300, Detroit +450, Niners +750, Washington +900. Now that is just to win the NFC. Now if you look at AFC, Ravens are at 350, Chiefs +350, Buffalo 375. All the top three teams right there. Bengals 10-1, Chargers 12-1, Texans 15-1. Broncos, Dolphins 30-1 to win the AFC conference. That is not to win the Super Bowl. That is just for the conference. And again, those three, you could throw a rock. Ravens, Chiefs, or Buffalo. Now, you could, if you want, maybe you bet all three. And you say, I'm going to put up money on all three. And, if you bet $100, you basically you would win a little money. That's it. Maybe $50. So it's not really worth it. Now, you want to take a shot and bet a little bit more, you could, but I would be shocked if it wasn't one of those three teams. Buffalo, obviously the Chiefs, and the Ravens. And the NFL, Packers at 10-1 and the Rams at 10-1, both long shots, decent numbers to win the NFC, not to win the Super Bowl. And like we said, the Dolphins were 30-1 to win it. And that is the AFC conference, not the Super Bowl. Super Bowl odds on the Dolphins were 60-1.
Now, Jimmy, I got a question for you.
Yes.
You say that you bet on everything. You bet on hot dog eating contests. You bet on the WNBA. You bet on the preseason. Now, do you bet on the NBA Summer League?
No.
You don't go that far.
No. And again, I never say I bet on everything, because bet on everything is I just bet where I think there's shots. Where I have some knowledge. If I don't have knowledge in something, it's why I didn't bet the Tour de France Sunday morning when my friend texted me at 4:30 in the morning and said I have the winner, and he did. He was right. It was 12-1. I should have bet it, but I didn't know anything, because sometimes when you get tips at the track or anywhere else and it loses, I kick myself in the ass, because if it wasn't something I wasn't going to bet, why the hell did I bet it? I don't really like to listen to anybody when it comes to sports betting. I have my own opinion. I do my own research. And when you lose, it sucks. When you win, it's great. Obviously, just like gambling. But when you listen to somebody, like soccer, I don't have any knowledge about soccer. If somebody gave me a game and I lost, I'd be like, why did I bet that? Now, if you're betting for blanks and giggles, $50, $20, that's fine. But if you're betting, serious money, then it's not worth it. It's like if I go play roulette, I'm throwing down for a spin. It says like a $5 minimum. You got to bet inside. My buddy will go and he'll bet $5. Like every spin, and he'll sit there for like 2 hours. He'll be like, I don't know why you're leaving 10 minutes. But you're betting a $5 chip, and he bets it on his wife's birthday, which is 19. And yeah, sometimes it comes out in 40 spins.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not doing that. So if I'm doing anything, it goes back to the adage: if you don't rob a bank, take singles.
And if it takes 40 spins, doesn't he break even then?
Oh yeah,
Isn't that the same payout?
Yeah. There's been times I had 30 spins and never came out. There's no guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
You just, I've always tried to explain to them, like, play red and black. You got a 50-50 shot.
He's got better odds, yeah.
Yeah. But people don't look at it like that's his wife's number, and 19, he bets it, he does that. But roulette is the worst odds in the casino. Baccarat is the best. If you want to win money, that's what you do. You go and bet Baccarat. The only with Baccarat, why a lot of people don't play is because, A, they don't know how, and they don't have the knowledge. So what we do as humans is we stay away from something we don't have any knowledge about. But if you go up to them and you ask them, hey, how can I bet it? Now, it's a 50-50 split, too, when you're betting. You're betting the bank or you're betting against the bank. I know people who do it all the time and do quite well, because you can go on streaks like anything else. But, you have to have that mentality, just like in sports betting. You bet a team Monday night and you win, you let it ride, like you go to Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. That's so hard to do. Last year, early on in the NFL season, the Minnesota Vikings, I really liked. And if you remember, they went on a 12-0 run. Now, I had two people that bet them every single week. Didn't double down, but just bet them. Okay, now there's two different things. When you're double down, you're just letting it go. And like in a baseball, we've told times with the Marlins, 2 weeks ago, I had somebody bet it started with $300. He walked away with $14,000. But because the Marlins were underdogs, and the first day he won $700. The next day, he was up to $2,200. By Thursday, he was up to $5,000. Friday night, 11. It just kept going, and he just let it go. Now, that is the way to make money if a team wins a streak. Now, it's like everything else. You got to know when to get off. Because if you go that 1-2 times, it's musical chairs. Now, what some people will do is they'll take half the bankroll. And they'll say, you know what, I won $100 Monday. I'm going to bet 50 Tuesday. And then if I win Tuesday, then I'm going to bet half again. I'm not going to bet the whole thing. The urge is there, and it's glorified by letting it ride. Because who does? And again, it's really the only sport that can happen, where teams will win 7 in a row, 8 in a row. I find it easier to bet teams that lose. Like Cleveland just lost 10 in a row in baseball. I mean, that's just set it and just goodbye. Just don't even think about it. Just, hey, here's 200, put it on Cleveland, and go win. Now you went away with a week with that times 7 every day. Wow. I mean, Monday you start, you win 200. Tuesday you win 400. Wednesday, you win 8. Thursday it's 16. Friday it's 32. Saturday it's 64. You know what I mean? Before and you're not doing anything but a team just losing. Yeah. You have to worry about them covering. Right? Because that's one of the intrigues with baseball, which I think is always the best thing, is because the team just has to win or lose. Because how many times in sports, in basketball, in football, in college or whatever, a team wins but they don't cover. So, I mean, that's a totally different thing where if something happens like that. And that's why streaks are happening. And you can look at teams where the Dodgers, the last 5 days, they've lost. If you've been against the Dodgers the last 5 days, you've made a ton of money. In football, it's once a week. And also, lines are different. Teams are home. You can get a weekend series in baseball or basketball. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, I bet against the Yanks. Every single day. I lost on them Sunday because the Mets beat them. But I had a great week.
Overall,
yeah. But Sunday, if they lost, it would have been a tea party. I mean, it would have been awesome. But it didn't happen. But that's just having money that you say, hey, I don't care. I'm going to bet this, and I'm going to let it go. And that's a great thing to do. But most people can't do that. And usually a lot of people, just like in roulette, people let the number come out. A lot of times you'll see a number come back out twice. It happened to me numerous times. And your tendency is to let it go. In sports, if you bet, say, the Yankees tonight, you go, tomorrow night I'm not going to bet them. I won on them yesterday or the lost. But the thing is, you bet on the streak, and then you say, okay, I'm going to let this go. And you can be profitable.
Oh, in roulette, I couldn't imagine you'd be so profitable in back-to-backs.
I've done it 3-4 times. I was with Johnny C. He was my witness, and I had it 2 or 3 times on a number. And we put, I put down serious money for me. I mean, you're betting $100 a number. That's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's some big things. And, you're spending around, so you're not making that total thing of a profit, but you're still making. And Johnny was actually the one in Tunica told me, leave it, because I was pulling it off. And I left it, and it hit again. Johnny was the one who said, hey, Greek, leave it on there. And I left it on there, bet some other things. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's all luck. That's what it's all about. It is the Greek Zone on Real Radio, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. If you want to give us a call on anything with sports betting, you can, 877-927-6969. We are counting down the days to preseason, obviously, because once that starts, then we'll kick it off. And then don't forget, we are the home of the Gators, and the Gators will kick off. I know, Dom, you got the schedule right behind you. I think it is August 23rd is their first game. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is the 23rd that they kick off their first game.
I see August 30th.
Okay,
first game.
Then there it is, August 30th.
LIU Sharks?
Yeah, there are games August 23rd in college football. That I know because my buddy was giving me the rundown the other day, and he was like, college football kicks off really the 23rd. So if you're excited about it, it'll be here sooner than later. And again, this week, you turn around, and before you know it, we're in mid-July. Yeah, August 23rd, Kansas State, Iowa State. Kansas State minus 3.5. Kansas minus 14 over Fresno State. Stanford, Hawaii. Boise State, South Florida. It's a limited schedule, but the 23rd is when it really does kick off.
Boise State, South Florida. That'd be a good game.
Yeah. It would be. Boise State.
Who's favored in that?
Boise State is laying 9. South Florida's home.
Wow.
North Carolina State's playing. Wyoming. Minnesota 18 over Buffalo. Whiskey 18 over Hawaii. Cincinnati. Nebraska minus 6.5 against Cincinnati. Anytime you think of Cincinnati, think of our good buddy Riggs. Michigan State 17.5 over Western Michigan. Baylor Auburn. but that's going to be the 29th. That's 2.5, Auburn. Colorado, Dion, getting 3.5 from Georgia Tech, but he's home.
Now, is Dion going to be coaching? 'Cause I didn't know he's had some health issues lately.
He's had some problems. They're not saying what it is, and it could be related to, he had some serious problems with his foot.
Yep.
So I don't know. I haven't heard he's not coaching.
Yeah, I just know it was about a month ago they were just saying he's, been sidelined.
Yep. And the 30th, the big game is Ohio State playing Texas -3. So that's going to be a huge game. Tennessee, Syracuse, Kentucky, Toledo, Alabama, Florida State. Florida State's home, 3:30 afternoon. Alabama's laying 13. Big game there. Obviously, Florida State's got to come back from the last couple of years. They've not been great. But, yeah, I mean, the college football, Michigan, 34.5 over New Mexico. LSU and Clemson. Clemson -3. Ole Miss. California, Oregon State. Yeah, so there's a full blast that whole day. But the 31st is Notre Dame taking on Miami.
Woo!
And that is a Sunday at 7:30. And we're giving away tickets to that game. And I might be at that game now that I know it is the 31st. I'm supposed to be in South Beach that weekend. And Miami is getting 2.5 for Notre Dame. That's going to be a great game.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be an awesome game, Miami. I don't know if I should go to the game or sit poolside. I might have to sit poolside. 7:30 at night, with a cigar and a bee with you. Ooh.
Go to the game.
I don't know. I think I'd take the cigar and the bee and just hang out and watch the game because that's going to be a classic. Over-under on that game already is 54.5.
Wow.
That's high.
I think earlier you mentioned it was 52 like a week or two. I think it went up.
Yeah, I think it went up a little. I think it was 52.5, and it went up 2 points already. So people are betting the over-under. And again, college football, NFL, you can bet right now. You can bet the first week. Teddy Covers is one who does that a lot and talks about it where he thinks the line might go in a certain direction, and he's like, bet it now. And now that's always a good thing if it goes your way. It sucks when you're on the wrong side.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because then you bet something, and especially if it turns out where that's the point. And the way the point spreads are made and everything, we just saw it even with Joey Chestnut, they're right on.
Right on somehow.
Yeah, the longer you bet, you realize that. Those lines are there for a reason, done by computers, and they're right on point. I mean, you can see an over in basketball at 242, and it's 120 with 4 seconds left. And as a fan, you're like, how can this be? A football game where it's, 50. You know what I mean? And it's 30-27 at the end of the game, and the guy's at the 4-yard line. So they know what they're doing, obviously. There's more granite in the casinos than the Vatican. It is the Greek Zone. We appreciate it. We try to give you a winner every day. We like the Royals today. We did like the Phillies last night and the under. The under did come out. And look for Seattle to beat the Yanks. Seattle has got a great lineup, and the Yankees are still not hitting, even though they won their last game against the Mets. You stop Judge, and the Yankees are Titanic City. Dominic, thanks for your help.
Nope. No problem, buddy. Who's our great sponsor of the Greek Zone?
Always, every day. Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Give him a call at 561-689-8180. 561-689-8180. Today, again, we do like the Phillies under with San Fran, Houston, and Seattle, and the Royals. So we're going to give you 4. Might get down to the casino sooner than later. Remember, if you're betting, make sure you're always betting on the Hard Rock app or getting down to their 2 locations, which is Seminole Casino, Coconut Creek, or the Hard Rock, the Qatar. Always a great time. But if you're betting sports, you're only betting at the Hard Rock app in the state of Florida.
And if you're listening in Tampa, go to the nice Hard Rock in Tampa.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place. It definitely is. The News Junkies are next. They follow us every single day. You'll get another keyword from our good boy Rover. And make sure you tune into Rover in the mornings. Also, tomorrow, again, 11:45, Busch Gardens. A great giveaway for you guys. 2 tickets to Busch Gardens. You'll have a great time. Who doesn't have a good time at an amusement park? I am the Greek. You guys have a good afternoon. Big meeting with New York Prime today. I like it medium. It may be 1 onion ring. You guys have a great afternoon. I am the Greek. Dominic, thanks. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Avoid the Florida Turnpike in both directions near Southern Boulevard. Police activity have a left lane blocked to Turnpike North at Southern. We're jammed back from Lake Worth Road. Exit at Lake Worth, use jog or 441. Right lane blocked in the other direction. Turnpike South at Southern. Major delays there. You'll need to exit at Okeechobee Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association Outlaws is back. 5 events, 4 locations. 1 explosive season. Funny cars, promos. You are in the stands. Get your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.